2, 1, 2. Check 7.
Sanjoy was deeply interested in the development of scientific institutions in India, and he visited
Good morning, everyone. We're going to get started. It's a great pleasure to welcome you all. I just wanted to introduce Dean Hottenlocker, who's going to open the event. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. It's really an honor to be here with you today to celebrate the life and the work of Sanjoy Mitter with friends and colleagues. I didn't have the privilege of knowing Sanjoy well like you do, but his warmth and his kindness could be seen and felt even at a distance. And the inspiration and support that he provided to students, postdocs, and junior faculty was known well beyond his research group and beyond LIDS. In fact, even way over there in Tech Square, where I was a graduate student in the 1980s, which felt like a different planet from MIT, that's for sure. My friend and colleague, Pietro Perona, spent, I think, 1 year as a postdoc with Sanjoy. That's where I sort of really first had a close one distance link. And you know, I think 1 year in Sanjoy's group really changed, I think, Pietro's entire approach as a faculty member. And not just in a scholarly way, but also in sort of, you know, bringing his own humanity to his group. And, you know, Pietro can reflect on that a lot more eloquently than I can. It's his direct experience, but that was something that I watched happen in somebody I knew well. So Sanjoy was not only an outstanding researcher, mentor, and collaborator, he also really excelled at building the LIDS community, serving as LIDS Director starting in 1981. And he really broadened the lab's efforts in information theory, bringing in Robert Gallagher, starting a few years later, to serve as co-director with him between 1986 and 1999. And that led to a period of really dynamic advances in coding, information theory, large-scale statistical inference, and estimation, where LIDS played a really central role. And in some ways, you know, it was a period of a lot of change, much like what we're trying to do with the College of Computing, in broadening computing, not just broadening what goes on in an individual lab at MIT. And under the leadership of Sertac, there he is, I'm going to single him out for a minute, Liz is undergoing another period of broadening with, you know, new faculty bringing computational and formal methods to bear on problems in both the physical and the social worlds. And I'm really proud to have this lab, and it's exciting me to have this lab with its long history of innovation and of periodic reinvention of the lab's focus and mission as part of the Schwarzman College of Computing. Because it's that kind of repeated invention and innovation and change that I certainly hope the college will stand for 85 years from now when we think about the 85-year history of LIDS. With Sanjoy's nearly 2 decades at the helm of the lab, I think it's hard to argue that anyone else has had a more positive impact on LIDS in its 85-year history. So it's really wonderful today that you're organizing this reflection on Sanjoy, this celebration of Sanjoy, and his broad and deep positive impact on people, on science, and on institutions. And it's really humbling to kick off this celebration and recognition today. Thank you all. Oh, and awesome detail introduction.
Hi, everyone. That's hard to follow, but well, I'd like to welcome everyone to join us today. Looking over the room, I'm so glad to see so many familiar faces from LIDS and EECS, both past and present, some of whom have traveled very long distances to join us today for this special occasion. I want to begin by thanking those who have made this event possible through their diligent planning and organization. First and foremost, I'm going to also say Sertaç Karaman, the LIDS director, who was a key figure behind the scenes pushing things forward, as well as the faculty planning committee, including Ali Jadbabay, who's here, Pablo Parillo, Li Zhongzheng, Anant Sahai, hi Anant, Munzer Dale, as well as the staff team, including Shaila Petrevu, Bill Tilden, Amanda Moore, and many staff volunteers. Thank you to Sanjoy's family, especially Pronob, for helping us bring a bit of Sanjoy's character to the event. And thanks to all the members of our community who are joining us today. We're very honored by your presence and thankful for the chance to gather and share memories of our colleague, mentor, and friend, Sanjoy Mitter. I will not be the last one to point this straight out today, but it bears repeating. Sanjoy was a true scholar, someone whom I've learned so many things from. He was deeply and profoundly curious about everyone as much as everything. Everyone who was lucky enough to know and interact with Sanjoy remembers how he opened conversations. So, what are you up to? And by that, Sanjoy never meant how busy are you or what important career milestones have you achieved. He really meant what are you exploring? What have you enjoyed lately? A conversation with Sanjoy was always about what sparked your interest, what questions you had, what new intellectual puzzles you were intrigued by. He always wanted to know what the passionate and curious people around him were excited about, and it shows. In almost every picture and portrait of Sanjoy which we have, he's listening. Attention, full, generous, and always accompanied by excellent open-ended questions and references was his gift, and he offered it freely for all. Many of his students and those in his orbit noted the change in atmosphere that happened around Sanjoy. Instead of a high-pressure, fast-paced sense of frenzy, they were encouraged to take time to reflect carefully on what they absorbed, allowing for time to foster understanding, ask questions, and make imaginative connections. I cannot emphasize how wonderful and how necessary these reminders to slow down and think deeply were during my early years at MIT. And I'm not alone. Ben Van Roy, a friend, colleague, now a professor at Stanford, beautifully described LIDS' calm atmosphere in a testimonial about his time here, saying that the place encourages students to take time in producing the best ideas and problem formulations and to understand issues in deep ways. Around the same time in early 2000s, Tom Richardson wrote, "I believe the intellectual atmosphere at LIDS was largely set and maintained by the director, Sanjoy Mitter. He was continually reaching out to other areas of engineering as well as mathematics and physics in search of interesting and potentially useful ideas, problems, and techniques. Fellow graduate students organized at one point a series of internal lectures in which we would present to each other interesting things we learned. This eclectic choice of topics usually had little to do with our ongoing research or even engineering per se. This effort reflected a desire many of us shared to grow in breadth, not just in depth. In retrospect, I see that such an effort was natural within the atmosphere of LIDS at the time. So I think we're sort of emphasizing the same themes around LIDS' approach. This is natural, but not coincidental. Sanjoy fostered the culture of LIDS deliberately, choosing to create the kind of environment that brought out the best in people. Pietro Perona, in a lovely testimonial, which we excerpted from Sanjoy's obituary, wrote that the intellectual and social atmosphere that I met in Professor Mitter's group at LIDS was unique and precious, wholly new to me. I liken it to the atmosphere of the Renaissance court. At its center, the enlightened prince, Sanjoy Mitter, would provide funding, inspiration, emotional support, and an aesthetic canon. The courtiers, the graduate students and postdocs, would be given the intellectual freedom, the encouragement, and the resources to follow their own curiosity and encouraged to work on a diverse array of problems. Again and again, we hear the same refrains that characterize our relationships with Sanjoy: quiet encouragement to pursue interests freely. A thoughtful approach to interdisciplinary education before interdisciplinary education even was a thing or a term, but also done correctly and deeply. And a mentorship that felt like a wonderful conversation with a friend. I remember that when I was a graduate student, very preoccupied with my own research and trying to write papers, he always came to my office. He used to go around visiting offices of all graduate students when he was the director, and told me, "You should go to as many talks as you possibly could." His reasoning was, "You never know where a good idea will come from," and he was right. Sanjoy understood that scholarship is not one lone genius laboring in isolation, producing, publishing endlessly. It requires many curious people sharing questions and ideas, exploring areas of study far outside their comfort zones, risking vulnerability as we admit ignorance and ask for help. That's exactly the culture Sanjoy instilled in LIDS, and which makes me proud to be part of this wonderful community. A community consisting of friends pursuing truly foundational and interesting questions, questions that change over time, but always with the same curiosity and desire for a deep understanding, using a diverse set of approaches. Friends fuel each other, and our work is better for it, but that fuel is never purely intellectual, was not that way with Sanjoy in particular. We fuel each other with kindness, with company, and with shared meals. I was very lucky, had the privilege to attend a number of dinners with Sanjoy, who was quite the gastronome. And I remember him saying, "Life is too short for white wine," while raising his glass of red. Sanjoy was, as always, quite correct. But looking around this room, I'm struck that life's brevity is made sweeter not only by good red wine, but equally by joy, curiosity, and good company. I hope that each and every one of you will take the time to turn to each other, great friends, both old and new, and ask each other a simple yet profoundly important question. So, what are you up to? Thank you.
So now we're going to have Professor Mitter. This is Sanjoy's brother, who's going to tell us, who's going to say a few words.
Go ahead, PK.
Okay.
Yes, please go. Go ahead, PK.
Okay, I will start. So my talk is going to be on the Sanjoy's early years and the genesis of his interests. First of all, I want to say that due to unforeseen circumstances, I'm unable to participate physically at this conference. I want to thank all of you who have gathered here to honor my late brother, Sanjoy. I thank the organizers of this conference for giving me the opportunity to say a few words about him. Many of you are his colleagues and friends, as well as his former students. You have known him in his mature years and can attest as to his wide range of interests. His office and home was filled with books on his professional interests, on mathematics, and at home also books on economics, sociology, history, art, and so on, as well as novels in many languages. The coffee table of his Mount Auburn Street home was always piled with books, which were on his reading list. He was obviously a very cultivated person, speaking fluently, besides English, Italian, French, and German, and of course, his native language, Bengali. He and his late Italian wife, Adriana, maintained a home in Florence, and it has been said that he spoke Italian with a Florentine accent. What I want to address here today is a question of the genesis of his diverse interests. And for that, we have to go back to his early years in post-colonial India. The story of his family background is well told in the obituary, MIT obituary. His father, who died young, was an electrical engineer, and Sanjoy was to follow later in his footsteps. Sanjoy's father left a library of books, which Sanjoy inherited, mostly on mathematics, as well as notebooks filled with calculations, which her mother had preserved. Amongst the books, I want to cite two which Sanjoy must have read. There was a book on calculus, written by an electrical engineer at the turn of the 20th century, at the beginning of the 20th century, where you were taught to calculate as Newton must have done, with power series for good function, but with no proofs whatsoever. Learn to calculate, and proofs will follow. The other book, also by an engineer, was on Fourier series, but dealt with in a very sophisticated way, and this time with proofs, including the fact that the Fourier series doesn't always converge for all continuous functions and examples due to Weierstrass. This must have left a profound impression on my brother. Between the ages of 16 and 18 and 20, Sanjoy was at the University of Calcutta, where he took his first degree in mathematics. The early post-colonial years in Calcutta were those of intellectual ferment. Sanjoy had as classmates many of whom would become well known as economists and historians. Amongst them was his very close friend, the economist Sukumar Chakravarti, who was later close to Samuelson and Solo at MIT. Sanjoy and his friend, who had an encyclopedic knowledge, engaged in discussion in pure mathematics, logic, economics, history, novels, etc. All this was in his Calcutta years before he went to England to become an electrical engineer in his turn. I inherited my brother's library and also found books on poetry, and here I speak of the French symbolists and German romantic poets of the 19th century, novels by Thomas Mann, and so on. All this was a translation, of course, but later, when he had mastered many of these languages, he was to read some of these books in the original. So you see here the roots of Sanjoy's intellectual interests. After these formative Calcutta years, he went to England, where he was in engineering school of the Imperial College. After his first degree in electrical engineering, he went to Switzerland, where he worked actually as an engineer at Braun Boveri near Zurich. It was there that he mastered German. After a stint as an engineer in Zurich, he went to work in Geneva as an engineer, where he mastered French. He had a private French tutor, and he once showed me proudly the notebook he kept where he did the grammar exercises, quite methodically. As you know from his obituary, he then went back to Imperial College for his PhD, then to the US, first at Case Western Reserve, and hereafter for the rest of his career and life at MIT. The speakers who follow will talk about many aspects of Sanjoy's work at LIDS and at the Center for the Study of Intelligent Control Systems, of which he was a co-founder. On my part, I would like to close by saying a few words about Sanjoy's deep mathematical interests. He was not a calculation man, although he could do calculations when necessary. His forte was in his comprehension of deep mathematical concepts which permeates his work. I will cite, as a mathematical physicist, a sample of some papers of Sanjoy and collaborators which show this. There are, for example, his papers with Nigel Newton on a variational approach to nonlinear estimation, their papers on the Kalman-Musi filter and entropy flow. This work, I'm reminded, is close to the variational formulation of non-equilibrium statistical mechanics due to Giordano and collaborators, which deal with macroscopic fluctuation of non-equilibrium stationary states and produces a hydrodynamic-like equation for the fluctuation. Another paper which I would like to cite as an example is that with the Princeton mathematician Charles Pfefferman and a postdoc, Hari Narayanan, on testing the manifold hypothesis, which states that big data tend to concentrate around low-dimensional submanifolds of some sufficiently high Euclidean space. In this paper, they produced algorithms to test the hypothesis. There are no doubt many other examples which you would know better than me. With these remarks, I end my reflection and thank all of you for listening to me.
Thank you, Pranav. And I guess now we'll start with the speaker, with the panel.
I think I'll be the same. Is this on now?
I was going to start this off. Is this mic on? Yeah. Okay. Shaila, if you could put up the slides of mine. Yeah. I was asked to moderate this session. My name is George Verghese, and we'll get a slide up now to show you who else is on this. Oh, there we go. So I'm with MIT, and I'll tell you a little bit more about my story here as I talk about Sanjoy. And we have Alan Wilsky, Peter Falb, Jose Mura, Maxim Roginski, and I'll leave them to introduce themselves as their turns come up. So maybe we can, do I have a clicker for the, is it?
Big green button.
Yeah, I tried the green button, there we go. Okay, so I first, went back. I first heard about Sanjoy when I was doing my doctoral work at Stanford, and the work I heard about was what he did with his first PhD student at Case Western. And the Simon Mitter work is very well known. On 1968, this was his, he joined Case Western around 1965, and this was his first PhD student. And I ended up writing a paper that had some of the same themes. It was about modal control of state-space systems. As I look back on that paper, I see that Sanjoy's work was so well embedded that all my references are to secondary sources after Sanjoy, after the Mitter Simon work. But it's a beautiful paper, and I've reread it recently. So this was where I first heard about Sanjoy. And then he had a very direct impact on my coming to MIT, because he's the one who told my thesis advisor, Tom Kylat, that there was a position being advertised in the Electric Power Systems Engineering Lab, and they wanted someone who could do systems and control things in the context of power systems. So I gave it a shot, came and interviewed, and it was actually Sanjoy telling Tom Kylat that I'd actually got the position. That's how I first heard. It started with Sanjoy. I came to a different lab than LIDS, so I always had one foot in LIDS. But Sanjoy was kind of a guiding spirit and guardian angel, as you'll hear from many people, throughout my career at MIT. I remember him at the time I was coming up for tenure, collaborating with Fred Schweppe to advance my case. And I think he never told me that I shouldn't be doing something I'm doing or that I should focus on something else. But he was concerned that I had one foot in each of two labs, and he didn't want me to fall through the cracks. So he spent some time trying to find a handle for me, as he put it, something he could use to describe me to other people. Anyway, whatever he did worked, and I stayed. And so we went through many years. These are pictures from a party after I'd been here 31.4 years, so that's why 10 pi. My students on a postdoc at that time, Thomas Held, decided to throw me a party. So you see Sanjoy there, and also another dear colleague whom we lost very recently, Arvind. And for the rest, I'm going to hand over to my colleagues here to fill in the picture, and then I'll come back to what else I had on my slides. So, Alan? Sure. Oh, you have your own mic. Okay, good.
Okay, first it's really nice to be on this panel with people and to pick up on things that gone on for many years. I renewed my technical discussions with Peter Falb on wine, and great to see George, and somebody who says that he's Jose Moura. When we were graduate students together, and then when I was in his thesis committee, Jose had Rastafarian hair. If you remember Rowan Martin's laugh-in, he looked like Father Guido Sarducci. Who are you? So my memory of Sanjoy goes back to my senior year as an undergrad here in course 16, when I'd taken a course on function optimization from Wally van der Velde, which included discussion of a variety of methods, and I voraciously read things, including a paper on the conjugate gradient method co-authored by Sanjoy. So I think I'm the only one here who attended his job talk when he applied for the position at MIT. After the summer that followed, I had a great job at Bell Labs, and the people I worked with there urged me to go talk to Roger Brockett, who just moved up to Harvard. And I did that, and Roger said I needed to talk to two people at MIT. One of them, Jan Willems, was on sabbatical. The other was Sanjoy. And Sanjoy became the only member of what was then the EE department on my thesis committee, and I split my time between hanging out with John Barris and others in Roger's group and Building 35 with the students of Mike Athens, Jan Willems, Lenny Gould, and Sanjoy. A second thing about Sanjoy being on my committee, I wrote a really long thesis, something that I prayed that none of my students would inflict on me. And this was at a time where I hand wrote it and then would hand it off to a word processor, that is a technical typist, who would use things called rub-ons. Now, if you're not familiar with what rub-ons are, you can ask my wife, who was, before she launched her career as a children's book illustrator, worked as a technical typist, and for some reason loved to do rub-ons. I should say that I can't say that I'd look at this badly, but I know there's at least one person here, and I'm thinking of you, Love Varshni, who has more books with my wife's name on the spine than mine. Now, Sanjoy's scholarship, which everybody's talked about, it was just extraordinary. And as Munzer talked about last night, I would go in and the conversations would go everywhere. I remember in particular him pointing out a couple of papers by Laudenschlager and Helsen. I was working on estimation on groups, both Lie and finite. And I looked that work up and think of X of T. For me, the group was where X lived. For Laudenschlager and Helsen, T was the thing where the group lived. And that came back to roost for me when I started moving into random fields and graphical models. There were 2 times when I met with Sanjoy where I have to admit I was distracted. The first time we're sitting there and Sanjoy was sitting back and gesticulating about things, and all of a sudden he noticed there's a hole in his shirt. Why was there a hole in his shirt? I found out a few weeks later when I was in there and he was smoking a cigarette, just gesticulating with it. And this particular occasion, the ashes did not fall on his shirt. They fell on the ground. But Sanjoy, on occasion, would burn holes into his shirt. I will say that Sanjoy gave me one of the quotes that I've used most in the most important lectures I've given. It's by 1960 Nobel laureate Peter Medawar, which really speaks profoundly to the importance of creativity in really important research. And that was defining science as the art of the solvable. And Sanjoy had read Medawar's papers, which are an astounding thing to read, not as technical papers, but as ones on philosophy of science. As also been mentioned, Sanjoy had mastery of a number of languages. What some of you may not know is he also translated books. And the most famous one that he translated was J.L. Lyon's book on infinite dimensional systems, a real masterpiece. Lyons at this time was the president of what was then called IRIA. They hadn't added yet the N for National on that. And I remember picking up an issue of the Siam News, which was distributed. And it had an advertisement for this book by J.L. Lyons, translated by Sanjoy Mitter, talking about the generalizations of various things, including the generalization of the celebrated capital B-U-C-Y, lowercase K-A-L-M-A-N filter. Now, Sanjoy had a pretty good relationship with Rudy, but he received incredible amount of grief from Rudy on this. That's only one of 2 occasions in which I know he came out rather flustered from dealing with Kalman. The other was Rudy had, at some point, Kalman decided the only way he was going to win the Nobel Prize was to switch into economics. And he came to give a lecture. As it turned out, the lecture was one of reinventing total least squares. But Rudy wanted to attract economists, and the one he wanted to attract was John von Neumann's daughter, Marina von Neumann-Whitman, who wasn't up in the Cambridge area, but I believe she was on sabbatical at Harvard. And Rudy insisted Sanjoy call her. And Sanjoy walked into my office after this with the looks, the only time I've seen a look on his face that looks somewhat flustered and dazed, because Rudy said, I want you to call her up, and once you get her on the phone, I'm going to take the phone away from you, and I'm going to sweep her off her feet verbally, and she'll be dazzled and come to my talk and agree that I've reinvented economics. Fortunately, Sanjoy only got an assistant who said that Dr. Whitman was unavailable. Food and wine. In 1975, I had good taste for California wines, but frankly, I didn't know a whole lot about French wines. In 75, my first doctoral student, Steve Marcus, and I went to Paris, and then we're going to meet up again with Sanjoy at Udine for a really interesting symposium on algebraic system theory. And Sanjoy told Steve he was going to complete his education. As it was, he completed my education as well. He took us to Allard, a one-star restaurant in the Latin Quarter. And the food was excellent, but what blew me away is my first Grand Cru Burgundy, Clos de Tard. And I've actually discussed this with Pernob several times. It was wonderful wine. 5 years later, in 1980, when I had a sabbatical in Paris, Susanna and I took my host, Michel Fleece, out for dinner at Allard, and it was a one-page mimeographed menu, which just had a couple of good but not Grand Cru wines listed. And so when the waiter came over, I said, "Avez-vous Clos de Tard?" And he stepped back and he said, "Clos de Tard." Oui. And for the rest of the meal, he insisted on calling you Monsieur le Président. And he cracked jokes, only some of which I got in my limited French, one of which was telling us that the mineral water he was serving us was from an excellent vintage. Thanks, Sanjoy. All right, athletics, something that's not been talked about with Sanjoy, and several stories about this. First is, in 1978, the Red Sox had a crushing loss in a one-game playoff with the Yankees, which eliminated them and vaulted the Yankees into the World Series. I came in the next day and I ran into Sanjoy, and he said, "How could they let Bucky Dent hit a home run to beat them?" Sanjoy followed the Red Sox. But the other athletic stories I have to tell, I have to talk about LIDS' answer to Felix Unger and Oscar Madison of The Odd Couple. That was Sanjoy Mitter and Jan Willems. The first is one where there's only one other person here who participated in this, and that was John. Roger asked me to organize a soccer game between the Harvard group and the MIT group. I played on the winning side. John didn't. And the Odd Couple was there, and there was Sanjoy in his dazzlingly white shirt and shorts, looking like he was ready to play for the India field hockey team. And he'd make these wonderful rushes down the right sideline with beautiful centering passes, at least one or two of which led to goals. And his form was perfect. Secondly, Steve Marcus and I, when we were both graduate students, played doubles tennis with Sanjoy and Jan. And Sanjoy was there in his dazzlingly white shirt and shorts, contrasting dramatically with his skin tone, and his form on his ground strokes was perfect. In contrast, in both of these things, for the soccer game, Jan spent the game running around telling people what to do and directing them and complaining. In the tennis match, it appeared that Jan was engaged in a form of performance art, best described as executing a space-filling curve while holding a tennis racket. It was quite an experience with them. One more Jan and Sanjoy story. There was one year in which Sanjoy and Jan were team teaching a course on algebraic system theory, a course I inherited and took on after that, using a very peculiar book written by Rudy Kalman, Michael Arbib, and Peter Falb. One day, Sanjoy's giving the lecture, and Jan C. Marcus is the one who relayed the story to me. He's sitting next to Jan. And as Munzer sort of described, Sanjoy is extraordinary in some ways as a teacher. He'd go to the board and he wrote the word theorem and underlined it and put it a colon, typically. Then he would give this incredible history, intellectual and conceptual history of how what he was going to do related to things broadly in the field, really remarkable. Then he'd write the theorem statement, and then he might add some more comments at that point. Then he'd very carefully write the word proof and underline it, and then put a colon in after it. And all of this, his board technique and his handwriting were perfect. He was not, however, wearing blindingly white athletic shirt and shorts. And then Sanjoy would walk over to the far corner of the board on the bottom, put a little square in and fill it in where the proof would end. And quite frequently after that, all hell would break loose. And he'd end it with the whimsical smile Sanjoy could always put on, saying, well, this is a research seminar, isn't it? Now, on this occasion in this course, Sanjoy was lecturing, and Steve, as Sanjoy's going through all of this, Steve realizes that Jan is writing furiously with his hand raised. And Sanjoy finally recognized him, and Jan said, would you like the counterexample to the theorem before or after you prove it? Sanjoy chose after. Now, for professional things, not humorous, but ones that actually mean a considerable amount to me. The first is the Center for Intelligent Control Systems. We were talking about this last night. I mean, Sanjoy was the originator of this idea. It brought in people from Harvard and people from Brown, wonderful scholars ranging from Ulf Gerlander at Brown to Roger Brock at Harvard. Just an extraordinary group, and it was one where the vision was lofty for what we were going to do. And we were fortunate to have a sponsor who allowed us to pursue that for a number of years, and it became a magnet for work around the world. It provided support for many, many students, for many faculty, especially junior faculty, and for wonderful postdocs. And Sanjoy deserves all the credit for that. Second was, I was off at an Air Force Scientific Advisory Board retreat at the Beckman Center in UC Irvine, and I received an email for Sanjoy saying there's a Muri topic coming out on sensor networks. We should bid it. And so I joined Sanjoy on this, who again, in his typical fashion, brought in this case, guys from Princeton, Sanjeev Kulkarni and Sergio Verdu. And we won the proposal. But at the opening seminar we gave to our sponsors, it was clear that the Army audience wasn't really interested in Sanjoy's lofty view. So Sanjoy asked me to take this over, and we never sacrificed that view. But I will tell you, every single review meeting we had, my presentation at the start was like a game of Twister, where you have to put your arms and feet in various places, trying to maintain this lofty vision by but also showing things that the Army was interested in. By the end of the project, our monitor used this as the exemplar of what good Muri should be. The third began in 2007, when the future existence of LIDS was under serious threat. I'd always said that I never wanted to be in charge of a group of people like myself, or like any of you. But the job fell to me to be director at a very troubling time. But all of the faculty pitched in incredibly, and there were three individuals who were extraordinarily important to this. Munzer Dale and John Tsitsiklis for their leadership, and Sanjoy, who was mostly behind the scenes, but pushing what LIDS had been and should be going well into the future. and was an incredible source of gratitude for me to have Sanjoy doing that. And we did okay. And look at LIDS now. It's quite something. Finally, the fourth one. As some of you know, a number of years ago, I was elected to the National Academy of Engineering. Now, you're not supposed to know who it was who nominated you or any of that process, okay? But I'm pretty sure that Sanjoy was involved in that. And that's not surprising. Sanjoy championed all of us again and again. And these are not trivial jobs to do if you're going to write a nomination, or even if you're just going to write a letter for promotion. If you're going to do it right, it's a fair amount of work. And the fact that he did this time and again for all of us speaks volumes about this wonderful man, valued colleague, and a very dear friend. Thank you.
Could you put up Peter's presentation? Peter, can you see your slides there? This is the arrow for advancing the upward.
Okay, well, I'm there.
Do you need a hand?
Did you not want to go last?
Well,
Okay.
Shall I turn the chair around for you, or is that helpful?
no, that's okay. Well, from these.
Where's your microphone?
Okay, well, I'm not used to these kind of electronic devices and so forth. The slides were actually taken from old pictures, and they were done by one of Mo Wynn's students, or Mo. So I have to thank them, and hopefully I'll be able to advance them and so forth. I'm going to go sort of from the sublime to the mundane. Sanjoy was a friend of mine.
A little closer to your mouth, just so.
Okay, okay. Thank you, George. Sanjoy was a very dear friend of mine, and actually almost a family member. So I have what in the old days would be home movies, except it's slides. All right, this picture. All right, now there's one of the things we used to do with him. There were many Thanksgivings, Christmas, birthdays, is go to the Head of the Charles, which is a regatta, for some of you who don't know, that's in October, very close to his birthday. And there's a friend of ours with Sanjoy enjoying a libation. Some of you may recognize Carl Astrom. One of the things Sanjoy did when he took over the directorship was have what I'd call a board of directors. It included Carl Astrom, George Zames, Erwin Jacobs, and Gunter Stein and Gene Wang. And contrary to some, he would actually listen to their advice. Okay, now there's Uncle Sanjoy in a pose I don't know that many of you would see him with one of my daughters. He's undoubtedly explaining some abstruse theory, wanting to get her started early. That is his 50th birthday, and you can see somebody is stealing the cake. But we had many such parties, and I will on. There he is again with my daughters and his wife, Adriana. And they referred to him always as Uncle Sanjoy and her as Aunt Adriana. And they were really a part of our family. And I think it's important, in the pains and praise of his brilliance and so forth, to see him as a very committed human being. And he was a wonderful friend. That is a Thanksgiving, which I will come back to. They spent, probably 30 Thanksgivings with us. There is the same. The older man is actually my wife's father and mother. He got along with everyone. In fact, in all the years I've known him, I never knew him to lose his temper. Now, I'm sure he did at some point, but never in my presence. There's another head of the Charles, which, if you were around at the time, is something very worthwhile to go to. Adriana would bring down some things, Sanjoy would bring a wine, and we would bring various stuff. Now, all right, this is a Christmas, and this is a Chinese gentleman, Yang Yang. We acted, my wife and I, as host family to students at Harvard. He was a George Mason Fellow. He was about 40 at the time at the Kennedy School. He was a deputy minister for development. He had been a translator for Deng Xiaoping. His English was far better than mine. No, and well, if you're a translator for the head of the Chinese government, you better not make a mistake. Now, the reason I have this slide, aside from Sanjoy and us keeping pace with him, is that towards the end of his fellowship, his wife had come over. She was a surgeon and the daughter of a real general, somebody who had been in the Long March, but was a general, not a political general. And at about the time he was to return to China, Tiananmen Square took place. And he decided that it would be better to stay here for a while. And I had offered him a job in a company I was connected with, which he graciously refused. His wife worked as a waitress in a Chinese restaurant till the coast was clear. But the point I want to make is that Sanjoy and I lived our lives, as many of you have, in a period of freedom and prosperity. And these are pretty fragile things. And Sanjoy knew it. This is another Christmas showing that he really participated as a family member. Now, on the right, this was on the Cape, is a great friend of Sanjoy's and mine, a member of the so-called Club of 34. This was a group of people born in 1934 who were active in the field. That's George Zames, who died prematurely. When George was in his final illness, Sanjoy suggested that we fly up to Montreal to see George in the hospital. We did, and George, he could understand us, but he couldn't communicate. He had a brain tumor. I mean, sort of out of nowhere, he said a prime number. And it was very sad. And I was flying back on the plane, and I was very sad, depressed. And suddenly, an image of George, because he and his family would spend the week on the Cape at a motel by the sea, an image of George leaping out of the surf with a big smile on his face. And I see the picture still in my mind's eye. And that's the way I choose to remember George. And I will, at the end, tell you how I choose to remember Sanjoy. This is another Christmas. He and Adriana brought many presents to our children. They would often bring Indian and Italian dolls. So the girls have quite a collection of them. Here, Alan mentioned his athletic prowess. By the way, he was a superb ping pong player. I don't think he had the dazzling white shirt at that time. But there he is at a Harvard football game with us. At one time, my wife and I had season tickets. Now, here he is with our daughter, encouraging her to some reading. I assume it was probably a novel by his friend Van Rizzori, who was a Romanian novelist who lived in Italy. In fact, he has a picture, which is of Van Rizzori, and he encouraged me to read him. There we are at another Christmas dinner. Now, the point of this, you will see a salad bowl in there. And I've called this, maybe it's in the next slide. No, that's Halloween. I don't know how to go back. So anyway, but, some reading. Okay, thank you. That we call Adriana's salad. Now, Sanjoy, of course, would bring some fine wine, either a Brunello, or once in a while a Barolo, and occasionally a special grappa, Sassicaia grappa. But Adriana would always bring this salad. Now, it contained Italian greens, real prosciutto, provolone, pecorino, but especially fresh figs. So it was known for the special fresh figs. That's Halloween. Sanjoy, again, as you can see, really a true uncle. This is at a conference. And, of course, you all know that there was hardly an important conference that he didn't attend. Frankly, I don't know who the fellow in the middle is. If somebody does, tell us. Now, here again is my daughter, a bit older, with Carl Ostrom and Sanjoy. And finally, this is a family picture at my younger daughter's wedding on Martha's Vineyard. And you can see prominently is Uncle Sanjoy. Now, the way I remember him is not as a brilliant scholar, not as somebody that on these dinners we would discuss a vast array of topics: economics, history, Italian politics, Indian politics, a whole range of subjects. We did not discuss technical matters because there were ladies present. So, but anyway, at the end of an excellent dinner, fine wine, we would have a little after-dinner drink in a small glass, a cognac, an Armagnac, once in a while a special grappa. And, the glass would be empty. We'd say, "Would you like a little more, Sanjoy?" And he would say, "Just a drop." with that gesture. And he would finish it. And then, after about 15, 20 minutes, say, time to make a move. And, after a wonderful dinner, great conversation, there's a kind of contentment. And Sanjoy had an expression of contentment, and that's the way I'll choose to remember him. Just a drop. Time to make a move.
Well, thank you, Ali and Pablo, for organizing this tribute to Sanjoy. And thank you, George, for having me in your panel. Of course, I've known Sanjoy, I think, for all my life. And if it's not all my life, it's close to it. And Sanjoy was, of course, my professor, was a mentor, was a colleague, and was a friend of me, a friend of my family, a friend of Manuela, my wife, and of my kids, Barbara, Andre, and Pedro. We all had lots of times with Sanjoy and Adriana, and lately with Reka. So my first class with Sanjoy was advanced topics in linear system. And it was not like Alan explained that he would write a theorem and the proof. He wouldn't even dare to do that. It was all reading papers. And not even reading papers, because he would invite the authors to come and present the work. And the poor authors would come, and these were the people that now, maybe Peter also showed up once, that like 50 years later, we all know, these are the gods of systems and linear systems. But these poor people would come to present their paper. They couldn't go beyond the title, because once they start talking, Sanjoy would interrupt and start with the big questions, and that was it. There was no more talk, there was nothing else, and it was just a discussion of why didn't they do this rather than doing what they had done. So that was my first course with Sanjoy, and I had to write a paper. And I picked, or Sanjoy picked for me, papers on what's called then geometric control by Steve Morse and Wonham. They had written some beautiful papers, and I had to learn all that. Then Sanjoy, maybe a few months or a year later, was on my area exam. I don't know if MIT still has an area exam, but at the time you'd need to pick papers and then write, and I picked papers on the stochastic realization, which was a topic emerging at the time. And one of the papers was by Wiener and Mazzani on linear prediction, and I was trying to read it again coming here, and I must tell you, I couldn't understand anything. And I don't know how I wrote, and had Sanjoy then quiz me for 1 hour or so. And the last course was a course that Professor Timothy Johnson was giving on distributed control for systems described by partial differential equations. And again, this was typical Sanjoy. So Timothy was the professor in charge. But because the topic was so relevant, Alan and all the faculty at LIDS were like with the students sitting in the audience. Now, guess what? Timothy would start, and immediately one of them, maybe Alan or Sanjoy or Jan Willems, would start saying whatever else. And again, Timothy would kind of sit down, relax, and let them give the lecture, which of course was no lecture. And we students would stand there and try to pick up the balls as they flew from one side to the other. But even before I met Sanjoy in the classroom, I had already heard a lot about Sanjoy. I had an office mate, a Brazilian. He spoke Portuguese with me. I spoke Brazilian with him, at least by the time he finished. So José Paulo Albuquerque. José Paulo Albuquerque kept talking about this guy, this new faculty member that came, and was giving these courses on optimization. Now, optimization today is our bread and butter, okay? But this is the early 70s. And Sanjoy somehow brought to MIT a course that you can see his foresight that became really the tools of bread and butter that we use today. But this is back then. And of course, convex optimization and all such things. So these kind of illustrate Sanjoy as a professor to me and at the time. So after I completed my thesis in 1975, I became a professor at the university in Portugal and experiencing exciting times because the dictatorship of 48 dictatorship had fallen in 1974. In December 1980, at the Systems Analysis and Optimization Conference at INRIA in Rocancourt, France. So INRIA was IRIA, changed the name by Louis Lyon that Alan mentioned. So I met Sanjoy again. So this is 1980. We sat side by side during a sightseeing tour from Versailles to Paris, and my life was about to change. We were both interested in nonlinear filtering, Sanjoy from a continuous time fundamental perspective, and I from a discrete time design problem solving angle. During that bus ride, Sanjoy invited me to a meeting on nonlinear filtering in Toulouse. This is now March 1981. I actually know the dates, 12 and 13, March 1981. He was organizing this conference at the Laboratoire d'Analyse et d'Architecture des Systèmes, called LIDS. And at LIDS, Sanjoy asked me to give a talk at LIDS, which I did in 1983. But when I wrote this, I forgot, but now I remember that in between, I organized a meeting, one of those NATO Advanced Study Institutes that there were at the time, 2-week meeting in Algarve in Portugal with Dick Busey. Sanjoy was a speaker there. And of course, Sanjoy and Adriana showed up, and they showed up with a coterie of Italian friends. And those Italian friends, in those 2 weeks, we all became friends for life, although we never met again. But it was very intensive, very Sanjoy-like. At the end of the day, we all would go to the beach, and Sanjoy would entertain with lots of stories, and Adriana and the Italians. And by talking about Italians, Bruno is here, and so he must know what I'm talking about. Okay. So I did give that talk in Leeds in 1983. And then Sanjoy invited me to come on sabbatical, which we did. Manuel and I came. And this is 1984 to 1986. And during those 2 years, we had countless discussions on the theoretical underpinnings of nonlinear stochastic filtering, system theory, identification, inference, and learning. And the way it was like this. I would spend the whole day immersed on 2 or 3 books, highly theoretical books that I was trying to study, okay? And then Sanjoy would come early in the morning, and then would come at the end of the day, and during lunch. And during lunch, we would always grab a sandwich, and if Peter was around, we would go with Peter to some joint nearby Building 35 on Mass Ave. There were a few there, and would bring and eat that. And of course, I spent the whole day trying to do the proofs and trying to understand and so forth. And at the end, Sanjoy would come and put everything back in place, and I would understand what I spent 8 hours trying to understand. After my sabbatical, I joined CMU in 1986. But now things changed completely because our relation with Sanjoy now enlarged to Manuela, and Manuela was, of course, doing her PhD and finished and became a professor in AI and robotics. And Sanjoy had this fascination with AI, okay? And I think that over those 30 or 40 years that followed, we kept coming to Cambridge just to be with Sanjoy and Adriana. And Adriana and I would sit back because Manuel and Sanjoy would spend the evening or the dinner or the lunch just talking about AI. And Adriana and I would try to participate a little bit here and there, but of course, it was not for us. I even, one story, I suggested once to my department or college that they invite Sanjoy to be part of a visiting committee of the department. So Sanjoy came, and of course, he had big ideas about education and all that. And then at the end, they reported to the president, Jerry Cohen, who unfortunately passed away, sadly, very recently. So Jerry Cohen, the president, and Sanjoy immediately connected. Because the moment Jerry saw Sanjoy coming in, he recognized his professor from optimization when Jerry was a student here at MIT. So he kept telling me over and over, oh, it was so great meeting the professor and optimization that made my life and so forth. In my numerous interactions, I think I referred to this already, but by then, as I mentioned, the group had enlarged. So Adriana, Manuela, Sanjoy, myself, we became, from professor and mentor, we became family friends. And we kept coming, as I mentioned, to Cambridge, just to be with Sanjoy. So in preparing for this event, when Sanjoy passed away, I spent a couple of days just going on the web and looking at the YouTube videos of Sanjoy. But I did the same again this time. And I looked at a lecture, a 2024 lecture at the Tata Institute. And that's a quintessential Sanjoy. And this goes along what Alan said, but with a few twists. In just 50 minutes, with 10 minutes to spare, so it's 60, but he only covered 50 minutes, he masterfully presented his variational approach to filtering on a green wall-to-wall chalkboard. So you have to see this lecture. So it's a huge green board, and he picks up the chalk piece, walks to, and he's going to give a lecture about this variational approach to filtering, okay, which combines stochastic process, nonlinear fields, random fields, quantum physics, quantum mechanics, statistical, all these topics to these 20 or 30 students sitting in front of him, okay? And any one of us trying to do that would feel, am I going to be able to do this? It's going to be a fiasco because no student will understand anything of what I'm going to say. He walks into the board, and as Ellen says, divides the board with vertical lines into pieces, okay? And I don't know, sometimes I try to do that, and I can't constrain myself between those vertical. I start going to the next one, so I erase the line, and then I go to the next one. But he didn't. Kept it, and then he started writing with a beautiful, meticulous and beautiful calligraphy. He fills the board, not too densely, with a comprehensive panorama of filtering, starting with Bayes' law and the search for the conditional distribution. He then transitioned to Gibbs distributions, the Hammersley-Clifford theorem, and connected these concepts to Markov random fields. Sanjoy reformulated Gibbs with the Hamiltonian, introduced free energy, and linked it to differential entropy. In a magical moment, he reveals that the conditional distribution, which is the solution to the nonlinear filtering problem, is the minimizer of the free energy. So I gave you these words, and I'm sure that not everybody followed them. But this is what he did to these 20 or 30 students at the Tata Institute, and throughout, he never hurried, welcomed interruptions, and encouraged student engagement. With time to spare, he provided a broad view of the significant questions worth pursuing, even suggesting, in the middle of his talk, oh, and by the way, you should revisit the book Gibbs Measure and Phase Transitions by some author, some distinguished author, and you should reformulate the book in terms of conditional probabilities. Okay, this is a program he proposed to these 20 students. And it's a very deep, actually. I also revisit his brief comments at LIDS at 80. And many of you, I'm sure, were there. Unfortunately, I couldn't be there. He masterfully reminded us of what he called the system theory revolution of the 50s and 60s, that he attributes to several people, including Kalman, of course, who brought the new language of algebra, differential equations, and stochastic process to engineering problems. So his point was, okay, there was a revolution, but the revolution, scientific revolution in the 50s and 60s, but the revolution had to do also with the language, the new tools that you brought. And he then challenges the audience and the LIDS people there and all of us to look at problems in a fundamental way, to develop a revolutionary new paradigm with an appropriate language. So he says we are missing the language of the next revolution. Sanjoy couldn't resist challenging us to think big and think fundamentally. We visited Sanjoy and Adriana in Cambridge several times a year and returned for another sabbatical in 2006. Our tradition of having dinner on the Friday after Thanksgiving, because you heard that Thanksgiving he was taken by Peter, so we were left with the day after. Okay? That lasted for several years. We frequently continued through the years to meet, now often with Rekka, at the Algiers Cafe for a burger, or at the Legal Seafood at the Charles Hotel, and after they both closed, to have lunch at the Harvest, also in Harvard Square, continuing our conversations until almost the very end in June 2023. Our last visit with Sanjoy was on March 2023. Manuela had to do some work in London, and I accompanied so that we could go and visit Sanjoy and Rekka in London. So we all deeply miss the many conversations with Sanjoy that profoundly shaped our thinking. I cherish how he always pushed me in particular to ask the fundamental questions, to view problems from an abstract global perspective, and to use the most appropriate mathematics and insights to find the simplest, yet most profound and comprehensive solutions. Sanjoy was, of course, a professor, was a mentor, was a colleague, was a friend, was a thinker, was a gentleman. And that's how I choose to remember him. Thank you.
I think we're cutting well into other people's time, but we'll continue and we'll make it shorter. These memories are too precious to cut off or cut short. So, Maxim? I'll get you that.
Right. Okay. So, right. I think the first paper by Sanjoy that really profoundly affected me before I got to meet Sanjoy was the paper his brother mentioned on a variational approach to nonlinear estimation. I think that was about 2008. That's when I was kind of soul searching. I did my PhD in mathematical physics, and I was switching to information theory, control, and machine learning. And this was a paper that really kind of put a few things together for me. And my friend Todd Coleman, who was at the University of Illinois, I was a postdoc. At the time he was faculty, he said, "Oh yeah, I took courses with Sanjoy Mitter. He's an amazing scholar, and overall erudite and just really knowledgeable about everything. And then my advisor, Horace Ewan, who did his PhD at MIT with Bob Kennedy, said he had countless conversations with Sanjoy during his days. So that paper really kind of set the standard for me intellectually and even philosophically. And it turned out that after I first met Sanjoy in 2013, I think, when I came to give a talk at LIDS on some work I had done at the intersection of ideas in economics and rate distortion theory. And then we had a conversation with Sanjoy, and it turned out that our common interest really was philosophy. And so this is just a few samples of, I think, the kind of deep philosophical ideas Sanjoy put together. He articulated what it means to be an engineer, that it's not just a utilitarian, always thinking in terms of costs and benefits. It's a worldview that is really aimed at creating and maintaining systems that serve purposes for improvement of lives and infrastructure systems that surround us. So I'm just going to give you a few examples. So this is 1979. He had this paper called "On the Analogies Between Certain Models in Quantum Mechanics and Nonlinear Filtering." And so I kind of chose a few quotes from Philosophy of Science. Here's a book by Mary Hesse, who was a philosopher of science in the UK in 1966, on the role of analogy and metaphor in science. The idea is that science does not just proceed deductively. There's a role for metaphors that help you link one thing to another and thus lead to better explanations and result in growth of ideas. And that's exactly what you see in the opening paragraphs of Sanjoy's paper on quantum mechanics and nonlinear filtering. And by the way, this paper also has a precursor to some ideas that are now becoming fashionable, have become fashionable in the context of probabilistic generative models based on diffusions. A lot of the roots of this are really in Sanjoy's work. And here he also makes a distinction between problems in physics, where there's a language that's important in physics, but also problems in engineering, where one distinguishing factor is this idea that you're trying to make inferences based on noisy observations, which he correctly says is absent in physics. And the reason why that's absent in physics is that physics is concerned with discovery of laws that are stable and will continue to be stable throughout time, whereas engineering is really about synthesis of new systems. And this is a memo he wrote in 1985, some thoughts on engineering education, that really puts this forward very, very forcefully. And the idea is that engineers should embrace the role of creators of new artifacts, new laws that are based on interaction between systems and their environments, and that would include not only devices but also the human element. And he reiterated this. So these are all just the kind of things that Sanjoy and I would discuss over email. And in fact, I think just a few weeks before he passed away, we were exchanging some emails about philosophy of biology. That was kind of an interesting thing as well, and, because that's also connected to AI. So here are some ideas on conceptual foundations of computer and system sciences, again, really emphasizing the fact that creation of new systems, understanding of the role of function and purpose, which sort of was gone from 18th century Newtonian physics, is really profoundly present in the context of engineering systems. And Sanjoy really took the time to provide expository notes about this that I think deserves further study and reflection. And going through the years, this is 1994, this is an amazing monograph, 150 pages, that he co-wrote with Bernard Gaveau and Charles Rockland, that really outlines more or less the way that we think about large-scale neural networks, but viewed from the point of seeing where the limitations of formal modeling come up against the complexity of these systems. So I really I recommend this to anyone who will listen, because it was really extremely forward-looking document. So the main thing that really struck me here is that this humility in the role of mathematics. We think that mathematizing the world is the way to understand it, but here Sanjoy and his co-authors are really emphasizing the point that certain systems, for example, those that have arisen through biological evolution, are not necessarily formalizable mathematically. And the role of engineers is not to write down more equations. It is to suggest principles that underlie certain complex architectures and see how these principles are common in a variety of settings. Again, I hope that this, I'm pretty sure that at this point in Google Scholar, this paper has one citation. It's by me. But
whenever Sanjoy started a new conversation, he would always have me email this paper.
Oh, nice. This is 1997. I think this is the talk he gave at the Norbert Wiener Symposium. So here he, really has a unique take on the problems of learning. That I think he was becoming interested in this in the context of AI and multi-layered complex architectures. And when he says that he wants to take an internalist perspective, where various internal templates that kind of characterize different invariants and different features in the system are the main ingredient, and data are just used as the link to the empirical reality. I think that he actually borrowed this idea from Noam Chomsky, who had this internalist perspective on language. What is inside speakers' heads, their internal states. And then this is the last document that I'll mention. This is a paper he presented at a symposium on economics and social systems, on system effectiveness. And this one is remarkable because after the paper itself, there's a transcript of a discussion Sanjoy had with economists and sociologists where, he really held his own. He knew his literature. Where else could you see references to Jan Willems's behavioral approach to control, but also books by Schoenberg on composition in modernist music, and Alfred North Whitehead, who was co-author with Russell of Principia Mathematica. But Whitehead actually had his own philosophy, which was in many ways kind of connected to Buddhism. It's to see the world as a network of interlocking processes as opposed to things. And this is the way of thinking about complex systems that Sanjoy really brought to the fore. So here the idea is that we build all these systems, such as the internet, that are so complex that we will never be able to really make detailed statements about what each packet on the internet is doing, what each link is doing. And yet, as a whole, this system is called coherent and effective. And the reason why that happens is because it's connected to an environment that includes users, includes the shifting demands, shifting realities, and these systems, we as engineers are responsible for maintaining, designing, and really exercising responsibility as not just engineers but also as humanists. And this, like I said, this is the part of Sanjoy that I'll miss the most, is these conversations that go beyond just technical papers. So thank you, Sanjoy, very much for the inspiration.
We've gone well over the time we had in the program. I'm just going to wrap up. If you could put George's slides back up with a few pictures. I'll go through them quickly. Okay, so I'm just picking up where I left off, but there's a big gap because I really started to interact with Sanjoy more closely in his later years. This is a picture with Tom Kailat. This is from some time ago. It's a picture I'm very fond of. And Tom Kailat actually sent in a message for this conference, but I'm not going to read it now, although I have it all here. We'll have it read at the afternoon session. He does point to the same paper on testing the manifold hypothesis that was mentioned by Pranab, Sanjoy's brother. I highlighted something that has come through in everything people have said, that he never seemed to be in a hurry about anything. And that's really the picture we have. Okay, we'll get through this later. But I wanted to show you some pictures. This is in London. You see Tom Kailat there. You also see Martin Clark, Sanjoy. You see David Main. And some of you may know Professor Mitter as well, who I think is related to Sanjoy. And then Rekha, his wife, who's based in London. And so they had to have this back and forth, visiting each other either in London or Cambridge over the years. This is a picture. This may be from a wedding at the Falbs, perhaps, because I've never seen Sanjoy in a tux till I saw the picture that Peter put up. But anyway, I wish it was in sharper focus, but I thought he looked very elegant, and I pulled that out. This is Sanjoy expounding at a dinner in his room. That hand gesture is something that was kind of unique to Sanjoy. I haven't seen anyone else hold his hand quite like that. And he's talking about something, always the glass of wine nearby. This is Sanjoy with Rekha on one of her visits, extended visits to Cambridge. This is in dear friend Tuli Banerjee's home. This is on one of Pranab's visits. Pranab talked about the coffee table with all the books, and it's fascinating if you zoom in there to see all the different titles. And indeed, it's the Bhagavad Gita, but there's poetry, there's Dylan Thomas, and a whole range of things. And of course, pouring wine to entertain. August 2022, and then in September, I had the pleasure of a lunch at Toscano's in Harvard Square, one of Sanjoy's favorite restaurants, with Pranab. And then this is the two elegant gentlemen walking. We walked all the way back to his apartment. So you can see where the Prince of Florence description comes from. Very elegant there. This is Sanjoy back in England, I think before his last trip out to Cambridge. This is him enjoying a drink in his garden just a couple of weeks before his passing. And right to the end, enjoying the conversation, enjoying being outside. And a couple of weeks later, he passed away. I think apart from his caregivers, I may have been the last one to see him of this crowd. He had a big support system here in Cambridge that included his dear niece, Anjali Duva Mitter, friend Tuli Banerjee, whom I mentioned. There were folks from MIT, Moen and Snow and Rachel and the Falbs, and I'm sure I'm not listing everybody there, but people looked in on him, and he actually, apart from the health issues, I think had a very happy time here. Thank you. So we should break.
So, as you know, we're running a bit late. We'll take a 20-minute break, and then we'll come back 11:55, more or less. Sorry, 10:55. 11.
It's always good to see you.
Thank you for all those great stories. That was wonderful.
No, I
haven't met before.
I've got go down and lease my car. Driving back across. I'll be back.
Yeah.
Cool.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
No, at all. I think
But
it was
these
great.
are wonderful.
And
What a
I totally
cross-section.
agree. We cannot just it's part of the.
Okay, good.
Next time you have to have.
Okay. Good morning, everyone. We're going to start the next session. We're running a little bit behind schedule, but we had a wonderful set of remembrances and memories in the morning. So we're going to continue with our next panel about Sanjoy as a gentleman and lifelong scholar. We're going to hear testimonials from colleagues. And I'm going to get Munzer to have us start the session. Hopefully Munzer can also moderate the session as well. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ali. Good morning, everyone. I had my day in court yesterday, and I gave you my briefs about Sanjoy, so I'm not going to bore you today. In fact, I'm going to try to make up some of the time because of that. So I think it's recorded, so you can hear it. There's one thing that I wanted to mention that I didn't talk a lot, quite a bit about it yesterday in the banquet, and that is sort of the vision that Sanjoy had and how he helped in realizing and building institutions at MIT. I do want to just say a few words about sort of the creation of IDSS and the role that Sanjoy played in that. So in 2013, when we started deliberating around the idea of how do we be prepared to address the growing world of artificial intelligence, data science, and so forth, Sanjoy sort of brought in his perspective about how, the system theory thinking and statistical thinking can actually help in the growing sort of data that is coming essentially from people, coming from not just from machine, not things that we know the physics of or the biology. And the fact statistics has actually gone through a revolution, in terms of high-dimensional statistics and thinking about networks and interactions and so forth, that in fact that has to be at the core of what we're doing if we are going to bring solutions to societal challenges. So the first piece is that whatever IDSS did, it had to bring statistics right at the core of what it's doing and bring a sort of a home for statistics at MIT. And for those of you who didn't know, MIT has attempted to build a Department of Statistics for almost 50 years before that and has never happened. And so Sanjoy was actually adamant about the fact that, in fact, this is the opportunity to build something. Doesn't have to be a department, but a place to convene and think about statistics. The second piece, as we started thinking about sort of societal challenges and big problems, and we sort of arrived, and I'll tell you, not in the same sequence of things, but we arrived to this idea that I often call the triangle, sort of a triangle that guided IDSS, and that is almost every societal problem, you can think of it as the interaction of three important components. The physical aspect of a system, the social interaction with that particular system, and then the institutional part that regulate that particular interaction. Almost every complex problem has those components, and data is often available about all of these components, but the data that is available about these components isn't always sort of connected and time-stamped, is very different from each other and so forth. So the vision that always Sanjoy has talked about is that you don't just slap these things together and think that you have a model to solve a problem. You have to think about abstraction. And Sanjoy used the word abstraction very often. You take this complex description and you abstract or you distill from it a problem that you are able to tackle, that you can solve. The formulation of the problem matters, and then the data can help you sort of address and solve these problems. I would say that, I talked yesterday about sort of the impact that Sanjoy talked about, human interaction and human connections and having the right people in place, but also the importance of the topics and the notions of abstractions were also a big piece of the advice that he continuously gave in the creation of IDSS. So I'm not going to bore you anymore. I want to say, and I want to give the floor to our panel. We have, and I don't know the order, I think we have John Tsitsiklis, who is on Zoom, that's going to appear shortly. We have Vivek Borkar, John Barras, Maria Illich, and Massimo Franceschetti. So I don't know the order. Is John coming next?
John should be next, but we're having a glitch with he can't share his video. Can you enable him to?
Okay, they just fixed it.
Okay, so John, you're on.
All right. Well, I'm really sorry that I was not able to attend in person. I had planned a long time ago to be in a different continent, but I definitely wanted to take the opportunity to share impressions and feelings about Sanjoy. He was a truly remarkable person, a dear mentor, colleague, and friend. So I first met Sanjoy when I was beginning as a graduate student in LIDS. That was in the early 80s. So around that time, Sanjoy was very interested in nonlinear filtering. I guess that stayed for a long time. And he had written just a little before an important paper on the famous innovations conjecture. And so I remember our first real scientific interaction. We were both taking a flight to a CDC across the country. We were on the same flight, so while we were boarding, Sanjoy goes, "Oh, by the way, there is this open problem in nonlinear filtering." Okay, so I was hoping that I would be sleeping on the flight, but Sanjoy had this great way of nudging you and pointing to something interested and to get you thinking. So actually, I was not a student of Sanjoy. He was not even in my thesis committee. I didn't work with him in my student or junior years. I did not attend any of his classes. So at those early times, we didn't have any formal intersection. However, he was everywhere. His presence was ubiquitous. So he was a constant presence in my life somehow, despite the fact that we didn't have the formal interactions. That's because he was passionate about all kinds of intellectual matters, a source of inspiration all the time. He had a very distinct and unique intellectual style. He would always try to make connections between viewpoints and fields. People have already commented that, but his favorite was clearly to make links between mathematical physics and control theory. So I think that was a recurring theme. And so he would nudge people to look at those connections and look for deep and fundamental connections. Even if he wouldn't get into the technicalities himself, he had this vision of research programs that people should follow and how to look into the deep aspects and the essence. And also as an informal advisor, he was most famous for whenever you would talk to him about something, he would dig out from his folders some obscure paper that could actually be relevant, but which no one might have seen and all that. So you would always go, okay, do you know about this paper? And find some photocopy somewhere deep in his folders. Okay, but the interaction with Sanjoy was not just in the direction from professor to the students and the disciples. It was not one way. He was at the same time getting input or feedback. He was a very keen observer of everything that would be going on. So let me share this picture of his. So you can see Sanjoy here. He's observing, he's thinking. There's a glimpse of a friendly smile, but also a sense that he's inspecting something. And you also get a hint that there are many parallel processes going on in his brain. So in his mode as inspector, now back to LIDS and MIT, I think many of us have experienced what Asu also mentioned in the morning, Sanjoy roaming the corridors, finding an open door or catching you. Let's see. Okay, I'm getting a message that the picture is not properly shared. My Zoom says that it is supposedly shared. Okay. Is it visible? No? Let me do stop share and share again. You are screen sharing. Participants can see it. Okay. Is it there? No. Okay, let me try once more, or I can send the file to someone and. It's on? Okay, good. Let me continue then. So Sanjoy, with this observant look, he would either grab you in the corridor or find an open door and come in and ask, so what's going on? What's new? What's important? So I think a good way of keeping his legacy alive is whenever we're working on something and want to crystallize it to something basic and find a way to describe it in a short, succinct way, just think, how would you answer Sanjoy if he were to suddenly show up and ask you, so what's up? How do you summarize it in few words? So, of course, as people keep mentioning, Sanjoy was about the big picture. He was a true scholar, trying to look at, as I said, in the big picture, and that did really pay off for lots of us and the community and for LIDS. I mean, he would always encourage to explore new directions and provide leadership, and famously, he launched the Center for Intelligent Control. It involved LIDS, it involved also Harvard, Brown, and people from CSAIL, and was trying to develop a coherent but broader vision of the field of systems and control. So the center was ahead of the times in many ways. It was formative for many people. It did play a huge role in my career, the presence of that center, and I think for many others as well, and for the community overall. But now going beyond math and science, Sanjoy was basically a citizen across multiple scales. So a citizen of the university, a citizen of our intellectual community, and a citizen of the world. So at the university scale, he had strong, with a healthy classical dose of academic values, a clear sense of what's worth doing, and a clear distaste for noisy diversion. And he was not afraid to tell things like they were. Sometimes with a dry British-style humor or with a sharp philosophical quotation. Somebody already mentioned the quotation from Sanjoy. I do remember another one that he made while there were some sort of political type discussions around the department and some people feeling that they were on the upswing. And Sanjoy said, well, there is a tide in the affairs of men, meaning that one should remain humble and grounded and not to feel too ebullient if things seem to go one way or another. So if we think of Sanjoy a little more holistically, basically he was a wonderful person, a well-rounded human being. What people already mentioned about his breadth. I still remember him that he would always recommend a new book to read on sociology, politics, history, philosophy. He was a true humanist. Yes, I guess I share in common Peter Falb's experience that I've also, Sanjoy recommended Von Resori and read his novel. And actually this week, maybe because of the feelings around this event, I took another history book that Sanjoy had recommended a few years back. So having those conversations, starting a little lightly on the academics, but then going into world politics and philosophy and all that, that was an amazing experience. So time with Sanjoy was always a very rich experience. And Sanjoy was a citizen of the world, cosmopolitan as anyone could be. What does that mean? Okay. Since Sanjoy liked physical analogies, so Sanjoy had plenty of a very definite intellectual momentum. And so the uncertainty principle means that his position would be impossible to pin down with precision. So he was everywhere. His life crisscrossed the world, having life in India, in Italy, in England, everywhere. And on the cosmopolitan side also, way before recommendation systems were invented, Sanjoy was there. For any major city in the world, he would be the one to recommend special hotels and restaurants, not the fancy ones, but the hidden gems with style and class. So he had class in a sort of old world fashion, in a fashion that's maybe disappearing these days. He had this sharp, observant eye, but also enigmatic sometimes, as is captured in this picture that I posted. So my wife and I spent a lot of time with Sanjoy and with Adriana back then. They really enjoyed our kids as well when they were present. We had a wonderful time with Sanjoy in many parts of the world with lots and lots of fond memories. He was a very gracious host, showing us around Florence and, of course, knowing everything about that city that we should know about. We did stroll with him through London. He visited us in Greece. And speaking about the visit of Greece, people talked about lots of activities of Sanjoy, from sports to intellectuals and all that. Nobody mentioned dancing. So while in Greece, we even got, if I can get the next page, okay, we managed to get Sanjoy into a Greek line dance. He would be a person who would immerse in everything, maybe sometimes keeping in the depth of his mind some distance and still observing, but he was open to any kind of experience in any kind of culture and situation. He was full of life. His advice, his values were priceless, had a huge impact to me. So I feel that it was a big honor, big pleasure that we crossed paths. I'm honored that I can think that we became friends. I will always remember him as he strolls beyond this world. We'll remember him fondly with lots of love as he's moving on. Thank you.
Okay, next speaker we have Vec.
Yeah, I have just made a few jottings, mainly from my personal experience, which are kind of instantiations of a lot that has already been said. So we know that he took a lot of interest in his students, collaborators, and so on, and not only academically, but also helped them with their careers and sometimes in personal problems as well. But he sometimes helped people whom he did not really know well also. That includes me. So the first time I met him was in Holland. And my plan, when I finished my PhD, I decided to go back to India. I wanted to spend a year in Europe and then head back. And there was a position in Twente, which had been advertised. I applied for that, got it, and ended up in Holland. And in the meantime, a lot of my friends and seniors, and including my advisor, they kept sort of trying to convince me that it was not a wise move to just pack up and go back to India like that. So I was a bit jittery, and I sent a few feelers to a couple of places in India, and the responses were also not encouraging. And then I met Sanjoy. So I introduced myself, and he said, yes, Praveen has told me about you. I heard you are going back to India. So I said, yes, it's very good. So he says, this first time somebody is actually encouraging me to do that. And then he said, do you know that Tata Institute of Fundamental Research is starting a new center in applied mathematics? Why don't you apply there? So I didn't know about that. So I said, okay, I'll apply. Please do, and I'll write a letter for you. And that was it. I just, after so much stress, I just walked into a job without having to do much. Just one letter from him did it. That was one experience. The other thing that has been mentioned, that how he is a very curious person, is to just keep trying to imbibe from wherever he went some new facts, factoids, etc., and was very good at connecting them. That's another thing I benefited from. Several times actually, but one incident which sticks to my mind is some probability conference where I had looking for some result. I don't remember the details, and Professor Vardhan was there. I asked him, is such and such a result available? He thought for a while, and he said, I don't think so. After some while, he walked away. Sanjoy was standing next to us, saying nothing. And then he says, have you looked at so-and-so paper? And that was it. Correct hint. Then at one point, he had me and Tom Richardson and Ofer Zaitouni, all of us invited to Pisa together. And there was one incident which actually I was, his wife, Ofer had probably left by then, he was not there full time. So Tom and I and Sanjoy and Adriana, he took us for dinner to some fancy place. I think it was in Florence. And it was kind of uphill, on top of a hill, and we couldn't drive all the way up. So we had to park somewhere, and then we sort of climbed our way up. And suddenly Adriana started feeling that he had not locked the car door. She got very agitated. Sanjoy, have you locked the car door? And kept getting more and more worked up. And then Sanjoy says, take it easy. What's the worst that can happen? Somebody will take the car away. That was it. This another sort of odd incident which also struck in my mind, shows his character. There was one conference where, this was in Bombay in fact, and there was one very senior professor from one of the institutes there. Probably, I think, probably was senile, I'm not sure, but he gave a talk which was just bizarre. And, there was very lot of distinguished audience. It was a major international conference, and they were stunned. So this is a really strange talk. And then at the end of it, the gentleman was expectantly looking at the audience for something. Sanjoy raises his hand, asks some generic question, and the guy said something, and some small conversation, and Sanjoy thanked him. And the guy went away feeling good. It was just the gesture, this gentlemanly gesture, which really stuck in my mind. Really sort of awful talk, absurd in a way, but he did not make the person feel uncomfortable at all. Okay, then finally used to visit India a lot. So I kept changing my job, that everywhere I was there, Sanjay has visited. That's Tata Institute of Fundamental Research, Indian Institute of Science, and IIT. And he served on many advisory roles, review committees, and so on. He always took these very seriously. His reports were detailed and sort of accurate. I mean, exactly, you would recommend what is needed and so on. And also, you used to talk to, you would insist on meeting students. So we would give him an office, he would sit all day there, and students would sort of sign up for slots to talk to him, and he would sort of give them advice. And that's one point when I was sometimes witness to some of this. Sometimes I felt that he was too nice and should have been sometimes become blunt. One thing that's often you find that our students, it's partly because of sort of being geographically cut off and not enough sort of travel and so on, they often get stuck in some kind of a time warp, let's say. So some problem which was hot long time back, and there are maybe some technicalities left which may be even very difficult. They take them up and solve them, but nobody is interested. But they don't know that. They're in full sincerity, sort of devoting a lot of time and effort and talent to solve this thing. So I was in one such meeting when he was trying to persuade the student that, okay, this is an interesting thing, but you should be doing something more relevant or more current, etc. I think the message did not go through, and I did feel that he should have been blunt. Anyway, so nicety has its limitations in the sense that cannot achieve everything. I think that's all I had to say. Thank you.
John Barras?
Thank you very much for organizing this tribute to Sanjoy. I think there are about 2 people in the room that they know Sanjoy as much as I do. Because Alan and Peter, right? I don't think there's anybody that knew Sanjoy before 1970 in the room. So let me tell you a little bit about the story, because Sanjoy and I go a long way. First, I'll talk about technical things and some jokes about technical things. So I came to the US in 1970. After a lot of advice to come here because of the wonderful environment at MIT and Harvard, and I'll give you some parts that Alan mentioned also, they were not technical from that environment. And I didn't know what I wanted to study. I knew I had to do something about mathematics, physics, and engineering. And then I linked with Roger at Harvard first. And those days, Roger, Sanjoy, and Jan were here, and you will get a lot of interesting courses and ideas and questions. I met Sanjoy in 1970-71, that year. he became what I call my second advisor. And through Sanjoy, I met and linked with my third advisor, which was Praveen Varaya. I'm telling you all that because I lost all three of them in 1 year. And it was, to me, devastating when that happened. Sanjoy, we became very good friends. And yes, I will tell you some interesting stories about how I answered some of his questions, what's new. Although some of these questions were given to me while we were riding the bus from Harvard Square to MIT, took some courses, and it's interesting. So technically, what always impressed me with Sanjoy, even today, it was he's passionate about trying to understand systems, control, information theory, all unified in one way. Going all the way back to Gerhard Kramer's, directed information, which later surfaced in a thesis with Munzer and Nuno Martins and so on and so forth. The duality of information and control, he was struggling with that later with Nigel Newton and many others. And the continuous pursuit of connections with mathematical physics and biology, and the fact that the biggest mistake you can make in life is to think about humans as causal systems, okay, and what this affects statistics and other stuff. And then economics, philosophy, and sociology and politics. No matter what the difficult subject was, what impressed me with Sanjoy, and already was mentioned, was that he was calm and almost stoic. Okay, so he will make a statement, as Munzer said, and then he will stop. Then you say, what do I do now? Okay, and I'll give you some examples. So imagine this picture, okay? Two people sitting on the back row of the bus from Harvard Square to MIT, talking about things like Hardy functions, the corona theorem, Nevalina peak, Nash-Foyas theory, the generalization of shift and shift register synthesis, not paying any attention to what the environment was, who was around, and whatever, okay? Can you imagine what the other people thought about us? And that was going on almost 2 or 3 times a week, okay? Now, after I left from here, although the roots can go back to Sanjoy, I got involved with, because of my colleagues at Maryland, this connects me to Max Rosinski, on quantum estimation information, because we had to solve problems with communication with lasers. And that problem is different than what we do in signals and systems, because in addition to the algorithm, you have to find the measurements. And even those days with Sanjoy, you connected these things to multi-agent systems and so on and so forth. And I remember in my sabbaticals, I came to MIT about 3 times, and then for a full year in '98. We're in the room with Sanjoy and Anand Sahai at Tatikonda and a few others, talking about things, all right? And these connections and what they mean. Sanjoy turned to the group and says, what is measurement? And he stopped. And now we know that this question goes very deep even to certain discussions that happen in mathematical physics today. All right, so what came about in terms of history, and some people mentioned it already in their interactions with Sanjoy, came nonlinear filtering, right? So there was all kind of excitement because a fellow by the name of Benes from Bell Labs came up with a so-called first nonlinear dynamical filter. So in many groups in the country, including MIT and Harvard, a superconductivity-like competition came to figure out who is going to find new finite dimensional filters. Okay? Unfortunately, and then we went to Duncan Mortensen's Akai equations. For those of you who were around at the time, this is totally inspired by the way physicists turn nonlinear problems into linear problems by treating unnormalized equations. Unfortunately, all the results we came up with were negative. Whether you look at them from Lie algebras or invariance theory or whatever, the result was you have the Gaussian linear case and everything else, okay? And Sanjoy was in the middle of this, trying to guide the abstractions of the problem and what was the right statistics and the right formulation. All right. And then around the same time, of course, Sanjoy, who had a very deep interest in these problems, came about with Deborah Allinger with a solution to the innovations problem. And I still remember the arguments between him and Kalyanpur on whether it was actually solved or not. This was the problem of whether I get the innovation in the general diffusion, you get all the sigma fields constructed and so on and so forth. And then the other thing was in the variational theory of filtering, and the path integral representations of filtering with Feynman-Katz formula, which today has reincarnated itself in what's called path integral control and MPPI for pathfinding and all that, okay? Just look at the time, right? We're talking about 70s, 80s, and now, okay? And then he introduced me to Nelson's stochastic mechanics, which basically says, yeah, there's a form of quantum mechanics, but you can also think about it as a different, very strange version where you actually connect with stochastic mechanics. To make it simple for you, you take the parabolic equations of control, change time imaginary, they become a Schrödinger equation, go back and forth. And this has come back again to try to see if one can develop sort of a theory of analog quantum computing away from qubits, okay? So the negative part was, okay, we didn't prove anything that existed at nonlinear filtering. The positive thing is that this pushed us to understand the generalization of the H-infinity theory to nonlinear and set-valued and all that systems by Sanjoy asking me every time we meet, what is the system theoretic interpretation of the two Riccati equations? What's the analog in nonlinear case? How much you can do it, okay? And we developed this theory later on, and I think at the end he was satisfied, okay? Even in the work I did with Internet over satellite, where we were the first to do Internet over satellite when everybody was calling us idiots and stupid and all that stuff, when I came here in '98, I remember I see in the corridor, and I was trying to explain to Bob Gallagher and to Sanjoy what we did, and Sanjoy pops up and says, what exactly did you do? I don't understand. And then he kept on through the year until I was able to explain the problem as a control problem, and the fact that we cheated to solve it by changing the physics and the control, okay? And then he was satisfied. I'm telling you that because what I admired in Sanjoy is the calmness and the ability to persuade you to go away from the immediacy of the problem and think a little bit outside the box and try to see if you can see more generality and if you can see connections. And I think he influenced me a lot. Another example, which I learned from him, Sanjoy was in Florence, but I think he was really in Florence because he admired the Scuola Normale Superiore in Pisa and the mathematicians there. I mean, maybe that's not true. But I learned from him the Mark conjecture about imaging, which says that you can reconstruct an image by the multi-resolution edges. And then he, of course, worked with the George's theory of variational image segmentation and so on and so forth. And he had somebody here by the name of Tom Richardson who did a thesis on the subject, okay? Again, think about it, okay? You take a problem like image segmentation, computer vision, and you try to think of it from a variational perspective, and you connect to some of the deeper theories and, get some new fundamental results in this area. And he did it by minimizing the so-called Mumford sum functional, okay, by these theories. And I always was very impressed with Tom Richardson's thesis. That was before he turned to wireless, although I still think he did some very great things in wireless. And I close with some examples of things outside science. Sanjoy was a great friend, mentor, colleague, and reviewer. And he was always, as mentioned before, calm. Couldn't get excited. I couldn't get Sanjoy to be very passionate. I'm Greek, right? So I get I have a short fuse and all that stuff. You know all my sins, right? So he was always what we call in Greece stoic, okay? So he will ask something and he will ask you to philosophize. Let me give you an example. I won't mention names because you may guess. So we were in a review of a department. So somebody who I believe was the chair stands up and says, I'll do X, Y, Z, and so on and so forth, and I'll get the department to be top 10. And Sanjoy thinks about it and says, yeah, there are some other people now that they are top 10, okay? So can you tell me who you're going to replace and how you're going to do it? And then he stopped again. Soccer in Cambridge. Alan mentioned it. I want to add some things, all right? So, of course, Sanjoy was coming all perfectly dressed and playing all the games with the rules and so on and so forth. Yeah, now, we had somebody named Jan Williams who will come and grab my elbow in corner kicks and try to pull me down, okay, because he was shorter than me, and he will not let me to go ahead there. And Sanjoy will come and say, foul, okay, from the other side of the field. And then also he will comment about Tamer Bazar, who just came from Turkey, and he was always coming. He was playing soccer in Turkey. He will come in with professional attire, where the rest of us were very informal with not appropriate shoes. And he was calling it the terror, okay, when you come down the field, okay, nobody could stop him. And then we had somebody from Australia, Darrell Williamson, who was a fellow student of mine, who will give you open field rugby-type tackles in soccer. And then we'll say, Darrell, that's not how you play soccer. Oh, well, I'm sorry, I forgot about it. Okay. Nobody mentioned about, I think it was mentioned, but I want to say something specific, about Sanjoy's passion with cooking. I cook too, but he is way beyond me, okay? And he went actually to a special school in France, in Fontainebleau, to take cooking lessons. Unfortunately, I didn't have any chance to observe whether this enhanced his cooking talents or whatever. All right, and then I want to mention Adriana, of course, okay? Adriana was the, what we call the human intervention in Sanjoy's driving. Sometimes Sanjoy will drive and we'll get in a conversation, and then you can see that random walk is taking over. And Adriana will come and say, Sanjoy, what's what you're doing? Okay, we're in a car, in a nice way. All right. I will close by remembering Sanjoy as somebody who deeply cared about students and advising them, and not just for a few years, almost for life. And I really always remember fondly these encounters, the exchanges, and the influence he had on me through the years, even until now. Thank you very much.
Maria?
Thank you. I just have very few remarks. I did not know Sanjoy for an extremely long time, but I sort of feel obliged to say something that hasn't been mentioned this morning. Everybody talked about theorems, and I think I have some slides. Everybody talks about theorems and proofs and so forth and abstractions, but actually I come from power systems community where people know of Sanjoy's early PhD student, Tom Dailiaco, who actually introduced a framework for power systems which industry has adopted. So that is a huge impact. So I just want to share that very little with you. So I want to talk about Professor Mitter's impact on applications, on power systems. So he trained this very person who became very famous person in software for control centers in power systems. Tom Dailiaco came from Philippines, and this happened at Case Western. That's one of his first earlier jobs. It was at the time when actually systems at Case Western were golden era. There were Levkovich, Mesarovic, and many other people. And I just want to put a couple of slides to show this industry knows. They go by these rules. That's how they operate now. And that was Sanjoy and Sanjoy's student, Tom Dailiaco. So basically what Tom Dailiaco did for his PhD thesis, he introduced this framework of adaptive reliability control system for control centers of very complex power systems. And so what was adaptive about this? It was that when you have normal operation, large complex system, and everything works, you still prepare things in a preventive way, just in case something happened. And that became this famous concept of N-1 security. If one large component fails, the system still operates, and customers are not interrupted. Then emergency state is when you have a lot of equipment lost, and then you have to apply different methods, different models, and so forth. Restorative is when after the blackout, when things have fallen apart, how do you bring it back? This was Tom Dailiaco's one of the first PhD students, came from the industry, and many people mention about Sanjoy being in the background. He really was in the background, nurturing Tom, who came from industry, from Cleveland, illuminating company, CIE at the time. And they actually magically changed the industry. This is, if you go to the control centers, this is what's happening. This is the rules, these are the frameworks that follow restorative, emergency thing, measurements that you need. This is how the control centers in the US and everywhere else work. So these were not theorems and proofs. That's what works in the real world. And so it's today's industry. practice and wide adoption on worldwide system. In 1974, there is a very nice IEEE Spectrum paper that summarizes that. So this is how I knew of Sanjoy and Tom before I came to MIT in '87, first time. And then after I came, I wanted to just give a few personal reflections about me and Professor Mitter. I think looking in the hindsight, he was a catalyst of my own research. And there were just very few things that happened along the way over a long period of time that actually determined, where I went. So for people who don't know, I've spent more than I want to admit how many decades in working on preventing blackouts. But I was sent from Yugoslavia to do PhD on that. How to use systems theory to prevent the blackouts. And so I did PhD at WashU on basically beginning to work on the intersection of systems, theoretical systems, because that was my PhD. I took all the control courses, but then by some fate, I always ended up applying them to power systems. And that was what happened. And I have to say, after so many years, this was not an easy path, because you are right away on the intersection of theoretical stuff and applications. And this is, I think, where Sanjoy helped big way. He got to know me early on, and I basically still do that these days. So very thankful to Sanjoy for that. Particular help and encouragement happened, and George is here and some other people remember, when Fred Schweppe was the one who invited me to work in power systems at MIT, and then he prematurely passed, and I was left by myself. So there was Sanjoy who once in a while would come by my office and say, what are you doing? You should be doing that. Oh, do you remember Tom D'Iliaco? And you can have an impact and so forth. So this is how he kept me going several times only, but then I went to CMU, and basically he kept in touch. We kept in touch a little bit, but when I returned in 2015, it was very interesting. He came and says, oh, you have to just continue what we started. Why don't you put all the MIT people across different departments and do the brainstorming? He was always community builder. So what we have here is the first workshop that LIDS organized there. And I think, I don't remember exactly, we have all those documents, but must have been 30 people really working actively in the area of systems across different departments. We are still spread through different departments, but Sanjoy's idea was, let's work together. And it was a really wonderful workshop. We plan to, Serchak is encouraging us now to continue to build such momentum at LIDS. Here is he in that workshop, sitting in the first row with participants for 2 days. I was absolutely amazed. And just one more thing which happened a few years recently and actually changed my direction, confirmed the direction I was going on. People were talking about these behavioral models that Jan Willems had. He said, what's up, of course, and I told him I'm working on trying to unify models for power system to simplify so that people can actually understand without knowing all the technologies. And he said, why don't you go and read this paper, IEEE Control Magazine by Jan? And that's where shared variables, confirm our idea of interaction variables in complex systems. And I still do that. That's why I'm not retired. So just to close, I'm really grateful for continuing encouragement that he's done for me, and I will miss him very much, and I thank for teaching me how to persevere when things are hard. There are a lot of young people here. Roads are not going to be easy, but Sanjoy found a way to actually keep people going, and I definitely had that. I don't know how other people feel. I'm sure that students at LIDS who have graduated Talk seminars. Everything looks emptier now. He always was sitting on Wednesdays, I forget when the seminar was. And I also want to say, in the hindsight, as we get older, we really don't know what we have before we lose it. And that's how I remember Sanjoy with my warmest memories. Thank you.
He was most proud of was his patents. He had, I believe, 2 patents.
Yes.
He had got at Brown
Bovary, yes, yes.
And he was extremely proud of those, much prouder than of the variational approach and all those things.
Thank you, Peter. This is why I mentioned this early work, because it's unbelievable. I mean, you go to control community. I've been on the sidelines of theoretical control community, but actually people don't know about this. You go to industry, and I work a lot with industry. I have a startup. Everybody thinks according to that diagram that he and Tom conceptualized at Case Western. This is the rule. You develop software for preventive control, for restoration, and so forth. And I just wanted to say thank Sanjoy for a lot of things that he has helped with the industry. One thing, just maybe a little technical thing, if you don't have these different operating modes, then you end up, that's what industry does, worst case approach. So they put all these reserves. You cannot utilize clean energy. You cannot utilize the least expensive power. So one thing that I wish I can do before I retire is put a student to compute, to estimate what is saving that has come, dollar saving that's actually come from this invention. And I think what it teaches us is that, a lot of far out things that we do actually ultimately have big impact on real world. That's what I wanted to share with you. Thank you.
Thank you, Maria.
Hi. So when I was preparing for this, I was thinking about what to say about Sanjoy and his human side, and I find it quite difficult to express in words. And I was looking for things to say, and I felt a little bit lost. Also because he was, to me and to many of us, he was the professor who was up there, and we were the disciples that were down here. So he kept his distance. So I became curious, and in order to jumpstart the thing, I became curious and to see what was the collective knowledge about Sanjoy. And so I did this experiment and asked ChatGPT to help me. And in the spirit of Sanjoy's investigative inclination, I want to check if, starting from AI, there is something personal that I can add on the collective knowledge that is there. So we'll just start by reading the beginning of ChatGPT answer to a gentleman and lifelong scholar, Sanjoy Mitter. So ChatGPT says, "We gather today to honor the life and legacy of a remarkable man, Professor Sanjoy Mitter, a gentleman, a brilliant scholar, and an inspiring mentor whose influence extended far beyond the bounds of the academic world. In celebrating his life, we also remember the profound impact that he had on each of us, both personally and professionally." So it looks to me like a rather standard, perhaps not too impressive opening from ChatGPT. But then he continues. He says, "Sanjoy Mitter was more than a professor. He was a true intellectual, giant of the fields in control theory, systems theory, information theory. His work bridged multiple disciplines, and his research transformed our understanding of complex systems." And here ChatGPT is clear that it has done its own homework and hit the target. Yet, despite his immense contributions to science and technology, it was his warmth, quiet humility, graciousness, and deep kindness that left an indelible mark on all who had the privilege of knowing him. So here, indelible mark. So then I started thinking, what is the indelible mark that he left on me? And I can tell you my little story here. So when I first met him, it was 2002, and I was at Berkeley as a postdoc, and I met him together with Bruno Sinopoli. He's here, he was a PhD student, and Shankar Sastry told us there is this professor who's visiting from MIT, you should go for coffee and entertain him. Okay, let's do that. So Bruno, we have to entertain this professor from MIT. We should definitely try to make an impression, and let's go. And so we go for coffee. Sanjoy comes. We sit down, and it was like almost a comic meeting. The two of us and Sanjoy in the center, and we started, trying to say, Sanjoy, we worked on this Kalman filtering problem that I think is very interesting, and we try to impress him. And Sanjoy is not going to be impressed. He's not going to be impressed. He stops right away and says, "Oh, you should look at the work that I did with Nigel Newton." And then we say, "Oh, that's very interesting." And then we continue. "No, yeah, but our result here, it says there's something interesting," and he stops. "Oh, there is this other reference that you should look at," and so on and so on. Just throwing references at us, one more obscure than the other, of course. So was not impressed. And then later I realized, why this was very impactful is because the role of the advisor. I think that he showed me that the role of the advisor is not to, first of all, not to be impressed, not to tell you how great you are doing, not to tell you exactly what to do, like give you a task and you should do this and that, but just to help. So his role was to help. He was helping by providing information and stimulate your own curiosity and think out of the box and this is really, and not to be concerned about impressing people, but satisfy your curiosity and put your own goals. And this is very much related to what John was saying about Stoic philosophy. It ties very well to the principles of that. Nevertheless, somehow, these two strange Italian fellows were interesting enough that we kept in touch through the years. And he really became a light for us. So let me say something else here from ChatGPT. It says, Sanjoy's life reminds us at its core, scholarship is not about just facts, theories, or discoveries. It's about people. And this, I think, is very true in the sense that what he was doing, and it was also mentioned before, the statement that Pietro Perona made, that he created this environment, right, where people will congregate, and he was in the center just facilitating discussions and creating an environment where people could exchange ideas. And I think that's very important part of what he did. Even I remember at workshops, sometimes it happens often at conferences and workshops, somebody gives a talk, and then there is no interaction, just no questions and so on. And so if he was in the audience, he would, rather than ask questions, sometimes identify somebody and say, Ali, you have something to comment about this or something like that. So that was quite unique. Okay, then the last thing is, I'll just skip some of ChatGPT answer here, but it says, but beyond academic accolades, Sanjoy was a man of profound character. He had a quiet elegance about him, a grace that defined not only his interaction, but his entire outlook of life. And at the end, I think that that's what it's peculiar about this, is that it's the character of the person that really inspired us. So he created this image in this way of sort of being somehow distant but accessible at the same time. And we as disciples really worshipped him. So, and I talked to, yesterday over dinner about this. He would say these things that are very obscure, and then be quiet. And then we spent like days afterwards, Sanjoy said this, what did he mean? I start, just trusting him completely 100% and try to sort of decode what he meant and possibly go beyond what he said and discover things new. So that was really part of his character and the figure that he created. And he really inspired us through. He advised us through inspiration. That's what Maxim Radzinsky also mentioned. Okay, one last thing is how I like to remember Sanjoy, and I'll tell you another little story. 12 years ago, he came to my wedding. He flew to San Diego, and I was very honored that he did that, and he participated in the wedding, and then he brought a present to us. It was a pair of wine glasses, champagne glasses. They were beautiful engraved, very nice present. And so nowadays, every time we have some celebration or something at home, we are drinking a glass of champagne, glass of Prosecco, my wife would say, Massimo, take the Sanjoy Mitters out of the closet, because this is a really special occasion. So that's how we like to remember him.
Okay, this is the end of the session. I just want to end it on a light note and echoing Maria's and Peter's comments about Sanjoy's practicality. We often found Sanjoy talking practical stuff in a classroom. So one time he said, to be practical, let's consider a measure that is continuous with respect to Lebesgue. I don't know if that was in his patent. Anyway, I would like to thank the speakers. This was a wonderful collection of information and memory from Sanjoy, and thank you so much.
Okay, thank you so much for a wonderful session. The next session is Sanjoy's Legacy and Impact. I'm asking Tom, Lav, and Anand to come to the stage. We're going to hear from 3 of Sanjoy's former students. So, Anand, if you may, introduce everyone. Thank you so much.
So, it's a real pleasure to be able to talk about Sanjoy from the student's perspective. And I think so. Tom will go first, then Love, and then me.
Okay. So first, I'd like to thank the organizers for inviting me. I'm very happy to be here. At first, I wasn't sure if I wanted to speak because at the LIDS 80th anniversary, I'd introduced Sanjoy, and I was quite happy with how that went, and I thought maybe I would leave it at that. But this is a memorial conference, and I do have quite a lot of memories, and at least some of them I thought would be good to share. So Vivek already mentioned the trip into Pisa, and I remember Adriana mentioning that the car had been left unlocked, and thinking that she wanted Sanjoy to go back, and I remember thinking at the time, yeah, I suggested maybe you should move the car, but then I kind of regretted it because I was thinking the less driving, the better. And John Paris was right. The drive there was nerve-wracking. I remember it very well. But the trip in that time in Pisa was really great for me, and also I ended up having important contributions to my work at MIT because the connection to Georgie, who was there, and Sanjoy brought a student of his, Luigi Ambrosio, to MIT. and who taught us all about SPV spaces and free discontinuity problems, and the math was very important to the work that I did. And as Alan had mentioned, Sanjoy did look after the career of the students long after. So yeah, just the same with Alan. It came as a total shock to me somewhere around 2011. I got this letter that I was elected to the National Academy of Engineering, and I knew right away that Sanjoy was behind it. And it was a little odd because the work had no connection really, well, very little direct connection at least to what I had done with Sanjoy. But maybe a year before, he had asked me to send him some information on some patents. And at first I thought he was trying to get me into a faculty job, but that didn't happen. So then I realized that's what it was. And so next time I saw him, I said, you know, how did you know? Like, he said, Annie Viterbi helped me a little. And so so somehow he was behind the scenes, you know, watching over me, kind of like a fairy godfather or something. I was really kind of shocked by that experience. What I really wanted to share was my most poignant memory of Sanjoy, and maybe it's a little difficult in a sense to explain because it may sound a little self-serving because I have to discuss my relationship with Sanjoy and how I experienced him. And it was a real experience, but it was a little unusual. So I came to MIT in 1986. The Center for Intelligent Control Systems had just been started. And in Brown, there was this group looking at Markov random fields as applied to computer vision. Sanjoy just graduated a student, Jose American, who was also in the CS lab, had worked on inverse problems and using essentially Markov random fields as a prior. So Sanjoy was interested in pursuing these kinds of ideas and Markov random fields. And I remember going to meetings with him, and the meetings were very exciting and very inspiring, and often I would leave the office like, said, some great thing is coming. I can't believe, you know, the vision that I just experienced. And then I would go back to my office and sit and think about it and work on it, and then I think it would just kind of dissolve. It was very hard to find an actual actionable step to take from this inspiration. But it was generally real and very enjoyable, and it lasted for years. And I still have them years later. But just to give you an example, so actually there's a quote from Einstein, something along the lines of students are not a container to fill, but a torch to be set alight. And Sanjoy is very good at setting a light, but he was also filling the container. So I remember, like, very early on, he told me, you know, Kenneth Wilson's giving a talk. So he had just won the Nobel Prize 2 years earlier for renormalization group. So renormalization group clearly should be connected to computer vision, right? So I went to the talk, and you know, I didn't understand a thing. And I came back to talk to Sanjoy, and he said, well, I should read this, read this, read this. So I read all these papers. I finally started to get some idea what it was all about. It was a very delicate object, mathematically quite difficult. There were a lot of problems with doing the renormalization and so on. And it was basically something that could be applied to a very special case in statistical mechanics. So yeah, very interesting, great stuff, but what do I do with it? And then there was another experience like that shortly after. I was learning, you have to go read Brushin's papers on Markov random fields. What are the conditions for unique Gibbs measures? And difficult stuff, and I worked quite hard. But the thing was, I wasn't getting anywhere. I wasn't producing any of these great synthesis results that I think, let's say, the global viewpoints that Sanjoy was after. And so I was starting to feel frustrated and a little defeated. This went on for maybe 2 years. And I was starting to think that I just didn't have what it takes. I mean, he was sharing these visions, but I somehow was not able to fulfill them. I think the connections are there, and many of them I think will play out, if not already, but eventually. But I wasn't. I was starting to think that I just didn't have what it takes. I couldn't realize the vision, and I was starting to think that maybe I wasn't going to make it. Now, Sanjoy, like I said, I was under the impression that he would make these connections between things, and he could see what was coming from them. And it was my job, basically, to realize that vision. And it was, in some sense, that's right, but it wasn't exactly right. And so my most poignant memory is when I realized what was actually going on there. And it happened, like I said, after about 2 years. And I was actually thinking that maybe I should give this up because I just wasn't producing any results. I didn't have anything to show for the efforts, which had been kind of extreme. So I had a meeting with Sanjoy, and I was in a state of almost delirium because I thought I should just this has got to end. And Sanjoy was talking about random fields on the board, and he was saying something about, maybe we can treat this as a signal-to-noise ratio. And I looked at it, and I thought, and in my delirium, I was thinking, there's something wrong with that. There's something wrong with the units. And up to this point, my discussions with Sanjoy were mostly, he would say something, explain something, and I would try to understand. Now, I had nothing left to lose, and I looked at, thought about what he said, and realized that, okay, there was something wrong with the units. Maybe there's a way to fix it. Came up with something, and then said to him, well, maybe we should define it this way. And he turned to me and said, maybe you're right. And that completely changed everything. So in that moment, there was a huge shock to my system that all along Sanjoy had been putting these ideas out there. It was meant as a guide. Here's interesting territory, go explore. But as far as deciding what to do or finding the path to actual work and results, that was up to me to do. And so that completely sort of inverted my world at that point. But from there on, I was able to take Sanjoy's advice in a different way. From now, after that point, I was able to take his suggestions and his pointers, think about them, and as far as actually getting things done, reject them if necessary. And the amazing thing was that, that never seemed to bother Sanjoy, that whatever I decided to do and whatever I could think of doing, which was always up to me, was okay. And so I managed to muddle through and finish the thesis and carry on. And so this idea of the global viewpoint, to me, what I think remains with Sanjoy with me the most is this idea, which I think I experienced in those first 2 years, of his trying to point out, what were the possibilities for some global synthesis, some great perspective, something worth really achieving in terms of bringing the best ideas together and seeing something new and deep. And to me, that's what's going to stick from Sanjoy. It's kind of something worth living for. I think it's a good, worthwhile life mission. And that's what Sanjoy left me with. I feel much better for it. Thank you.
I also want to thank the organizers for putting this together. Just a great way to remember Sanjoy. It's been emotional already for me, and just really, really great. I just wanted to first comment on Sanjoy's sartorial splendorness. Like, no one has really commented on this, right? Whenever I used to go to his office, he had his three-piece suit on. He was, on his game. It was really awesome. And in fact, yesterday morning when I was packing to come here, I was looking in my closet and I decided, let me go ahead and go with the white linen jacket, right? So one of the things Sanjoy really gave me was kind of an emotional education, kind of confidence to do and to be. And that's something I think is perhaps unusual. I think a lot of advisors, they focus on technical training, they focus on a variety of things, but kind of that emotional confidence and that kind of education, I think, is something that really kind of made me kind of pursue things that might seem a little unusual or out of the mainstream. yeah, that's kind of like one of the core attributes, I think, of Sanjoy's advising that many people have kind of brought up is this confidence to explore and to kind of try to bring these pieces together. Just like Massimo, Sanjoy came to our wedding in Florida in end of 2013. Just before Christmas, and he gave us glasses as well. Maybe that's his thing for wedding gifts. I'm not quite sure. But yeah, he was on the dance floor as well, which was kind of fun. And the thing I wanted to mention was the dessert that we served at our wedding reception was something that was designed by a technology that I had developed at IBM, this Chef Watson technology. It was a Caymanian plantain dessert. It had cayman, pepper, kind of a banana cream layer, and so on. And I mean, it was a solid dessert, but he was actually very effusive, like more than he should have been. It was, again, kind of a nice way to give me confidence. And I was going to be starting as a professor the following week after the wedding. So we went on our honeymoon, then I moved to Illinois, and then started. So again, it was kind of this kind of bringing kind of some confidence that you know, you can be who you are. And when I was a student, perhaps I wasn't the strongest mathematically, but again, he often would say that you know, you can be who you are. You're an engineer, kind of solve the problem that's in front of you, and it's okay if you don't use the fanciest mathematical techniques, but if you can make an impact conceptually or kind of in a in a societal impact manner, I mean, that's appropriate as well. So so that was kind of some of my experiences as a student, and later on, I came to Cambridge once with my 2-year-old daughter, and you know, we stopped by Sanjoy's office. She drew on his board with his chalk, which I don't know, like he had very thick chalk. I'm not sure why he had such thick chalk, so she had very kind of difficulty holding it. So then he gave her a piece of paper and a pen, so she drew on that, and we had kind of a nice chit chat. And like as when I was a student, of course, but also at that time he had you know, a lot of books on his table, his round table in his office, and one of the books that he had on his office desk at the time was Grenander's General Pattern Theory book, which many of you are maybe familiar with. And we kind of had this conversation that, you know, no one's really pursued that direction to its fullest, this pattern theory idea. And it kind of struck me, and in the last several years, I've been pursuing this direction that we call information lattice learning, which kind of takes group theoretic ideas and information theoretic ideas to learn and discover knowledge. And in many ways, I think that Grenander influence, I mean, via Sanjoy has been kind of driving that. And really kind of also Sanjoy's kind of humanism in a sense. So music theory has been our first application area. I'm trying to learn the laws of music theory from just a small amount of data, just 300 chorales by Johann Sebastian Bach. So again, kind of just you know, that visit to MIT with my daughter. I mean, it was more just kind of a social visit, but he said, you know, revisit Grenander, and it kind of inspired this line of work. Other kind of interesting visit was actually, I mean, Anand kind of encouraged me to also talk a little bit about his modern influences, or impacts. So let me just actually do a brief aside on that. I think early on today, someone was mentioning his 1968 paper on modal control. And it's something that I've been working on myself actually recently. So I've been collaborating with a neuroscientist, Aaron Barbet, and he does a lot of fMRI studies on human intelligence. So he does studies on a large number of people, and there's behavioral measurements on how they score on intelligence tests and so on. But then fMRI studies on looking at the nature of their brain. And the basic question is, are there neural correlates of intelligence? And it turns out that, in fact, yes, so modal controllability provides a mechanism to measure individual differences in human intelligence. in particular, kind of the flexibility in driving kind of global network architectures to disparate states seems to be very strongly correlated with human intelligence. So yeah, when we were doing this work, in fact, I didn't realize it was Sanjoy who developed modal control when I was first working on this. But then we looked back and saw, it was that 1968 paper where it came from. And more recently, we've been looking at some kind of neuroscience questions with Mitya Shklovsky at the Flatiron Institute in New York. And the kind of emerging view is that at an anatomical level, it seems like there's maybe data-driven control all the way down to individual neurons. There's kind of been a long-standing view that at a cognitive level, there's kind of control theoretic things happening. But even at the individual neuron level, it seems that maybe there's some control. And so we've been drawing a little bit on Sekar and Sanjoy's work on communication restricted control. So so kind of all these ideas that that I was exposed to kind of in the milieu of Sanjoy's work and of LIDS more broadly seem to be coming back in these questions around neuroscience. Likewise, the Charles Rockland C. elegans report. Again, we've been thinking about that more and more to think about how segregation and integration are kind of key to human intelligence. Or also even at the level of nematodes like C. elegans and other small organisms. So I think I fulfilled my duty to talk about modern impacts. Right? And then I wanted to briefly speak about the last time I met Sanjoy. This was Memorial Day weekend in 23, just a month before his passing. So at the time I was on leave to serve at the White House. So I was a bureaucrat for a year. And Sanjoy was actually not displeased about it. So he was actually quite, he was supportive of, these deviations in my life's journey. And a couple of the things that we talked about were quite interesting. So there's this religious text, the Chandogya Upanishad, and there's a section in there which talks about kind of the knowledge that's available to kings versus the knowledge that's available to scholars, essentially. I mean, the central point is that, the practice of doing things like governing leads to different sources of knowledge than just kind of theorizing about it. And so he was kind of bringing that up a little bit, that, you should take your year in the National Security Council and, gain that practical experience, so then you can think about it in some more deeper ways when you go back to being a scholar. And he also brought up his childhood friend Amartya Sen's kind of multidimensional view of social welfare. I mean, the prevailing view in the Eisenhower Executive Office building is of Clausewitz, kind of these distinct levers of power as kind of how you think about national competitiveness and national power. But Sanjoy was kind of helping me think through a little bit that this kind of older view, like Kautilya, the prime minister of Chandragupta Maurya, he had put forth more of a networked view of national power. So yeah, kind of we discussed that as well, and just to give you an example, everyone has talked about this, kind of Sanjoy's wide-ranging interests, but it kind of brought it home for me. That day, just last year. And I've been kind of reflecting on this a little bit more with respect to public policy. And engineering theory seems fairly absent from most public policy making. So, there aren't so many information theorists serving in government, let's say. But in kind of some of my reflections, especially coming back to Illinois after serving, is that in fact engineering theory and some of the ideas that come from it can be really powerful for public policy making. Sanjoy used to always emphasize to me that Shannon's greatest contribution was the separation theorem and the architectural aspect of separating source coding from channel coding. Not just, he also liked the universal interface of bits, which he also likes to talk about, but the architectural principle that you can have these different blocks. And as we're thinking about, for example, technology policy or other branches of public policy, and these architectural principles that might come out of optimality theories can actually be informative for public policy making is something that I don't think many people think about, but yet seems to be a compelling approach. So yeah, just kind of random thoughts. Apologies for rambling. I didn't prepare a very cohesive thing, but very much Sanjoy's kind of emotional education has been, very important to me, as well as his kind of push to expose myself to different ways of thought, to walking around in some ways, both physically and metaphysically, I suppose. I mean, I think like many of his students feel the same way. So let me just stop there and really say, it's been a great journey, and he'll always be in my head as we go forward. Thank you.
Okay, so a lot has been said about Sanjoy and from the perspective of his students. I realize there's one thing that has been brought up, but I wanted to sort of give my personal take on this and how it helped me develop. In the outside world, it seems people think of engineers and people who are science-oriented as being very narrow. And I come to realize that for myself and my education, especially having Sanjoy as an advisor, is think of the exact opposite, right? Because Sanjoy was like the model of what a scholar, an engineer should be like to me, and this really. I remember as a first-year grad student, sitting in the office in building 35. And sitting there or thinking about something, research-oriented, Sanjoy would walk by, and he'd say, "Have you seen what happened? This thing in the New York Review of Books?" And I'm like, "What? No? Am I supposed to know what's in the New York Review of Books?" When I started as a grad student, I didn't even know there was such a thing as the New York Review of Books. Forget, what's in it. And at first I chalked it up as, oh, this is, must be something particularly odd or interesting, and so I'll just listen and follow. And then soon I realized that, okay, and every day I would actually go to the engineering library and go and see what's in the New York Times, what's in the Wall Street Journal, and what was in the New York Review of Books, so that when Sanjoy walks by, I'll be able to comment something. It's part of this education that Love was mentioning about, looking at a person and sort of trying to understand, okay, and maybe you should know this a little bit better and be a little bit more engaged with all this other stuff. And it really had an influence on me. During grad school, one of the things that, at the time I didn't put it together, but now I can see clearly with Sanjoy's influence was that maybe I should go and actually read some of this classic literature, I wasn't going to read it in the German. Sanjoy would have probably preferred, but let me read it, in English, a translation at least. And this experience of being a student and being exposed to this was in part seeing how it really felt that Sanjoy didn't have one way of thinking about art, politics, and a completely different way of thinking about differential equations and stochastic calculus. It was one way of thinking. It just ranged broadly over everything. And ideas and connections were coming from everywhere. And this encouragement was already mentioned of, hey, you should, I think Asu mentioned it, you should attend talks. I remember this, and I remember complaining at the beginning. I said, Sanjoy, I attend the LIDS colloquium, and after 5 minutes, I have no idea what is going on. Why are you telling me I should be attending these talks? And he goes, just wait. You'll see. And indeed, that was very true. Just sort of seeing the different kinds of things and talked about, and being able to watch how ideas get developed over the course of a PhD. Just seeing other, not even stuff, not stuff you're working on, but just it did inform what it meant to be a scholar. And I think that focus of Sanjoy on kind of developing us as scholars with intellectual taste that was trying to be cultivated, as well as breadth of ideas, is something that many people here are faculty, and I often find myself reflecting on the experience that the students I have and the students in the milieu today have, and sometimes feeling like I haven't been as good of a mentor as Sanjoy was in terms of providing them with the same kind of encouragement to be patient. And one could argue it's harder today than it was then, but still, just what he modeled was very, very profoundly influential. So this is on the sort of side of, kind of general recollections and things. More specifically, I want to comment on Sanjoy's. I think Tom has mentioned this already. I'm surprised others have not. I think Mike Branicki is the one who described it in the language I'm about to use. He said that walking into Sanjoy's office is like walking into a special reality distortion field, where you walk in and there's a conversation about something, and it's like completely clear and makes total sense. Sort of. You're kind of reaching, but it's kind of you're following it. But then as you walk away, the further you get from his office, the more it fades, almost like a dream, But in there were ideas. And I could see sometimes ideas that, there are ideas that Sanjoy had mentioned in his office that a decade later, while I'm a faculty member or even longer, come back, wait, that was a really good connection. And now I can understand it and appreciate it. But I think, as Tom was saying, it wasn't that Sanjoy already had thought out what was going to happen, 15 years later, but that he could see the possibilities, and he wanted to encourage us to be open to these possibilities. And so a part of this, for me, was actually the area exam. With Sanjoy, I'm very sad for any current MIT graduate student. You're missing out by not having an area exam anymore. It was a wonderful thing. But we were given, Sanjoy picked out, part of the committee, a few papers, and picked these classics. For me, I think it was the Commons original paper on common filtering, Witzenhausen, a pair of papers on the Witzenhausen counterexample, and his paper on separation of estimation and control, and the classic paper on dual control. And it was go think about these things. And, it was a very, very intense month of thinking about these things. Sanjoy later told me, he wasn't just saying, here are some cool papers. He was exposing to certain ideas, putting them together, and saying, you know what, there's more here. And that was something that Sanjoy brought out, it was as though in his mind, there were these intellectual questions ranging across many, many different fields. And these little points of we don't understand this yet. This is important to understand. We don't understand it yet. That he would keep circling back and connecting you to. It wasn't just random what he was connecting. It wasn't just technique, although he would definitely bring up technique. It was also anomalies. We don't understand this, we don't understand this, and we don't understand this. And they feel like these are all anomalous in a similar maybe way, or maybe not. And so, that area exam was fun. It was very influential for pushing my direction of what I was going to think about and work on. But for example, on the Witzenhausen counterexample stuff, I found myself revisiting it, a decade later, as new and the spirit of making connections and seeing what techniques can be brought and connections from one thing to another, which eventually let us, do something and move the ball forward, significantly, not fully solved, but push the ball forward. And in that way, for me, as a faculty member and as a researcher, Sanjoy's experience being a student has continued to influence me. And I think continue to influence me and influence my students indirectly. And I think that's really a very important part of Sanjoy's legacy beyond any specific results that he had. Final comment I wanted to make was a little bit about Sanjoy as a professor, a teacher. And other people have commented on this. I had the pleasure of being his TA also, which was a really fun experience. Because Sanjoy is brilliant, and he would give these lectures. I think dynamic programming was the course. And I'd be like, wow, that's very cool. But then soon I got to thinking, I'm not sure the students are following what is happening here. And I would then find out later in office hours as I would try to, help. And that also shaped myself, influenced my teaching and so on. Both in positive and in negative ways. But so I think when we think about Sanjoy's intellectual legacy, it's broad, deep, and embodied in people. And so I also had experiences of coming back to visit MIT. And I think I mentioned to some people when I came for John's retirement party, that was held here. That was my first visit back to MIT after Sanjoy's passing. And it was actually quite hard, because every time I'd come to visit Boston MIT, I would always go and visit him and talk to him. And that time it really hit that I'm now visiting this place and I can't see him. And even this time, it's still hard. So. Thanks.
Thank you so much for a great session. We're on time, and lunch is served next door, I believe. Thank you. We'll start at 2:00. Good afternoon, everyone. We're almost ready to get started. I'd like to ask the panelists for the next session to come to the stage. Sit in the order of the...
Just emailed you slides.
Okay, I think it is not in yet, so I'm just waiting by the...
If it's not, I will just read it. Right.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. In this session, we're going to hear from some of Sanjoy's LIDS colleagues. And Li Zhang will moderate the session. So thank you so much again for being here.
Yeah, I actually get Greg agreed to also speak in the session. And so this becomes the current faculty who didn't speak so far, right? That's where it is. My name is Li Zhongjing. I'm going to start this. And you know, I have a confession to make that when we were organizing this, I didn't plan to talk. But when we put this together, I started to realize that we are actually on a smaller fraction of current resident at MIT that we still know where was building 35. More and more people are hired after we moved away from that. And you know, many of you mentioned that Sanjoy likes to wander around, talk to people. And personally, if I close my eyes, think of where Sanjoy was walking around, that background was building 35. It was that big corridor. And yeah, I actually met. Sorry, I first met. I'm really not good at doing this. I first met Sanjoy in that building when I was a graduate student visiting. And this random day, Sanjoy showed up, invited a couple of us go out for coffee. And at the time, the only place you can get coffee from Building 35 is across the street to the student center. And Sanjoy would, in that, you know, would ask me, you know, what I was doing, and he would suggest, you know, what I should be doing, and how do I like MIT so far, because I was a visitor. Little did I know at the time that this same meeting probably happened 100 times after that. When I was a new faculty, Sanjoy just keep coming like randomly, like every other day you can see him. And Sanjoy talked to all of my early graduate students. He would ask, how's Shashi, right? And he speak with my student even in Italian, which I do not even understand. And they pretty much every one of them had a very extensive meeting with Sanjoy, like hours and hours of real technical discussion. That started from how are you doing, that kind of random encounter. And when we were organizing this meeting, I talked to Bob Gallagher, who's the co-director with Sanjoy for a long time. And by the way, he sent in a video message together with a lot of other video messages and written messages. We're going to do them at 4 p.m. that session. And Bob mentioned that besides all the really exciting technical contribution that Sanjoy has made, Sanjoy was also a exceptional leader. That his contribution to MIT was to make LIDS a very pleasant place that people would like to work together, come to this place to work. And I sometimes, when I look back to that kind of memory, I feel maybe I was really, really young and naive at the time, but the feeling was life was simpler when Sanjoy people were around. And we didn't have to worry about that many things. We don't worry about where money comes from, where do we publish this stuff. And those graduate students, they just do not worry about a thing at all, right? And we're just a whole bunch of young people coming together, figure things out, right? And we figure out one thing, we talk about it, then we figure out the next thing. And there was a pure joy of intellectual, exchange. And I think I'm speaking at the receiving end of this, of having Sanjoy as a senior, mentor, colleague. We're enjoying that. And I think what the environment at the time, I think Asu called that a calm environment. Love called that a sense of confidence. I think that these are all right on. What we got the feeling at the time was just, if we just keep on doing what we're doing, then every other problem in life would just solve themselves, right? See, that was, you could call that a correct or wrong view, but it was really enjoyable, and I will remember Sanjoy because of that. Yeah. Right.
All right. I thought I will use some slides with some pictures, not necessarily pictures of Sanjoy himself, but pictures that reminds me of him. All right, so let's see, as they come up. So I met Sanjoy first time on April 5th, 2004, literally 20 plus years ago. That was the day I was interviewing here at MIT. And he was one of the earliest members I met among LIDS faculty members. I had a 4-day visit, and I think I met him 4 different times. He didn't take me to Mandarin, but he took me to Royal East. And that was definitely an enjoyable meal, more for the conversation than just food. But then I kept going to Royal East, by the way, after that. As all of us have spoken about, Sanjoy was always curious about what's going on in your life, in your group, students, etc. And as I was sorting through my pictures, I was trying to find the latest picture where he was fully involved in all sorts of theses and all that. And so maybe if I can do this. These are the sort of 2 pictures that came out. And as you can tell, he was on those thesis committees with some of colleagues here. And that was always great. He's always interested. Like one of my students finished his thesis in 2022, and he immediately sent a note saying that, hey, I'm really interested in doing this. Let's get on Zoom call. And we had a long conversation. So that was him. For me personally, he played a huge role. I'm just eternally grateful to him. One thing is, when I joined MIT, many of you might remember the precursor of IDSS was Engineering Systems Division. And my position was half Engineering Systems Division and EECS. And at that time in Engineering Systems Division, there was no faculty member from LIDS or EECS at large. And he'd made a huge gesture of joining it half-time, which now in hindsight, I see how big it is. I don't know if I will do it, but it was amazing. In a sense, that was his view, I believe, and this is something I would attribute to Ramesh, as in Ramesh Johari, one of my same age former graduate from LIDS. His view was that, I think, or our view was that Sanjoy's prayer about people was very simple. These are amazing people, okay? No matter who the person is. And he would fully believe in that prayer, and typically he would not go to posterior. And that was him. When I started in my first year, I wanted to develop a course on Engineering Systems Division, and then he helped me develop the course. And the interesting thing was, he said, just do what you think is the best. When help was needed, he was one of the invisible hands. And so thank you about that. Coming to pictures now. So as many of us have heard multiple times, that he would come and ask you, stop by our office, wherever it is, what's new? Like the few minutes ago, Pablo stopped me and asked me what's new, reminded me of that. And typically, initially my response was I would sort of prepare for that, right? Sanjoy is going to come this week, maybe tomorrow. What am I going to tell him new that's different from last week because he didn't forget? So after a while, I realized that the best response to that was, hey, let's go get coffee. Why don't we go get coffee? Because that's where I will explain you what's new. And of course, then it was never what's new came up. And then you would go with him, whether you go to not so great Starbucks minus in the building 32 or somewhere else. He would sort of carefully tell them, give me macchiato, and macchiato is made this way, literally like that recipe. So that was always amusing and great. I'm sure you remember the pen that Sanjoy always carried around with him. Very quintessential scholar in my mind. So I'll tell one story around that. I think this was 2006, 2007, just around the time when we had started, I think, Greg, teaching graphical models. So start thinking about, I was telling him, this is what you're thinking. Part of that is variational characterization and all that. He says, oh, that's Gibbs variational or Gibbs maximal, and Georgi and all that came up. And I said, because I knew certain way of thinking about it. And then he caught the in my face without me saying. So next day, late morning, I roll in, and then I see on my desk this beautiful A4, likely, Rachel, you might have come and dropped it, in his beautiful handwriting, 1.5 or even one less than that, page note of just a simple proof, Jensen's inequality, that stuck with me. And it was correct and it was precise. I was always excited about talk about everything. So this was 2012 when I just got back from my first sabbatical at Stanford, and I was thinking about doing, engaging into the commercial world, think about sort of starting a company. And then I was telling him, this is what happened. I really enjoyed my time at Netflix, but this is what I think. He said, oh, great. Why don't you prepare a pitch for me and give it to me as if I'm a VC? I said, are you sure? He said, yes. So then a week later to that, me naive. So he listens to it carefully. At the end, he says, I think you need to work harder. So that was that, and that was very useful. Goes without saying, any seminar is interesting happening, whether it's by Chomsky's yet another on, he had a sequence of those things, or whether it's yet another young kid coming and giving talk about some interesting math problem, he would always show up and take you around. One thing that always reminded me, in addition to his watch, is that he was interested in things which were always timeless, right? He always asked a question that, so what's the abstract meaning of this? What is the essence of it? He loved, as some of you pointed out, that the principle of the separation, it's the right way of thinking about it. It's very important to know abstractly what's happening. And behind that, I always found that his view was that, look, we academics, we educators are guardians of important knowledge that needs to be passed on to next generation rather than we owning it. And sometimes, we do get personal, and I thought his non-personal take on that was just beautiful and clean and just something to aspire to. And finally, when Adriana passed away, just around that time, I don't remember exactly when, but a few days later, I was driving him from either funeral home or something, and then he made this comment, which I thought was pretty remarkable, simple but remarkable, is that, people do wonderful things, you value them when they are around. There's a hole that they leave, and you don't know how big a hole that is till they're gone. So on that.
Hello, everyone. My name is Yuri Polyansky. I'm a faculty at LIDS. I work on information theory. I'll try to be brief so we have more time for Mo and Greg to say more things. I have never been to Building 35. I did not benefit from that magnificent grant that LIDS was getting in the time of Sanjoy, right? So I never can share my sort of stories from that. But I wanted to take you back to an important day in my life, which was May 4th, 2006. So this was the end of my first year in grad school, and I was an undergrad majoring in physics, and I did a master's project in system identification, so I decided to switch to electrical engineering, but I was completely clueless. Like, I did not know who Shannon is, I did not understand anything about digital communication, and all our seminars were constantly, MIMO block fading, error exponents, network capacity, power control. I didn't understand a single word of it, so I thought, okay, this is probably a mistake. I should just go back home, back to Russia and just have an industry job. But then, this was the end of the first year when in Princeton, you have to do all the classes and so on. And then it's time for you to, choose advisor and choose a topic, so I was at this turbulent moment where, I wasn't sure what I want to work on. And so this was, I should tell you that this was a couple of years after, Sanjoy Mitter and Tatikonda Mitter happened. So everybody was thinking about control and communication. So my advisors, Sergio Verdu and Vince Poor, were also very interested in this, so they kind of encouraged me to go to this talk. So the talk was titled Information and Entropy Flow in Filtering and Path Estimation. This was Sanjoy's talk, of course. And I should say, I sat in the talk just like the usual. I understood 0% of it. It was even harder than, a typical talk, because here there was not even beautiful pictures, right, of radios, and radio waves. So there was absolutely pure math, but the last two sentences of the abstract stood with me, and so let me just read them. We examine the structure of interaction between sensing, communicating, and controlling in the context of statistical filtering for signals described as hidden Markov processes, and in the context of stabilization of an unstable control system where the sensor and controller are linked via a noisy communication channel. We argue, amongst other things, that a fundamental re-examination of information theory is needed to address these questions. These ideas appear to have non-trivial connections to recent work in non-equilibrium statistical mechanics. Okay, so I should tell you that, again, I do not know what information theory is, but here's the, a sage of MIT, right, coming and telling me that information theory is something that needs to be revisited, A, and B, he's telling me this has connection to non-equilibrium statistical mechanics. I'm a physicist, right? I understand that stuff. So I say, okay, finally, that's a field where I can be helpful, right? So, so that's, sort of the rest is history. I went to do a PhD in information theory. I also should say I quickly learned that, knowing what entropy is in the physics world actually is detrimental for being an information theorist and detrimental for your sanity as well. So I quickly decided to forget about that. So then 5 years later, I came here for Muriel Medard invited me for a small talk for her group. And this was like the time when I was supposed to be, on the job market. So there was no faculty showed up except her. And at the very end, there was, Sanjoy Mitter, who I think walked in halfway through the talk. And, so I gave my talk and students were very interested. We chatted with Muriel and so on. Sanjoy never said a single word, but the next day I received his 11-word email, which I want to quote to you. Because I also emailed him and I said, I saw you in my talk, maybe we should meet. And said, he responded with 11 words, we will have to meet another time. I enjoyed your talk, period. Right? So this actually, again, this made a big impact on my life, because at that time, I think I applied to to faculty positions, but I also got a job offer from Bell Labs, and I was actually thinking about taking it because I thought, okay, there's no point, the job market is so tough. So, but this kind of encouraged me to stay. So when I became a faculty in LIDS, I think in the first couple of months, I asked Sanjoy if I can meet him, and I received another 11-letter email from him after our conversation. He said, by the way, you can walk into my office anytime, period, again. So he was a very friendly guy, right? We could always, you could always come and talk to him. What I think is something maybe not everybody, especially younger students, maybe don't realize, that he was also very quick to, quip some kind of fun joke. So I remember this was, again, maybe 2012 or 13. I was very interested in combinatorics, and with my friend Marco Dalai, we noticed that, the famous Lovász theta function, so Lasse Lovász is, of course, the pillar of combinatorics, right? He made his name when he was very young, he proved the conjecture of capacity of the pentagon, and there he introduced theta function. And with Marco, we noticed that actually that was already contained in Bob Gallagher's work. So if you put together a paper of Bob Gallagher and Fred Jelinek's paper, they together already proved capacity of the pentagon. So we were super excited. And at that moment, I told this to Sanjoy in the hallway, and I said, Sanjoy, can you believe it? Like all of this stuff that, this was actually in Bob Gallagher's, this is us, information theorists. And at this time, Bob Gallagher was passing by. And Bob Gallagher said, so what are you talking about? And Sanjoy looked at me and said, he will make you famous. I still remember that joke, but in any case, so yeah, I wanted to finish by saying that, I still read that, so I read that paper and that, my notes from Sanjoy's talk many times. I think I made it to about 50% understanding, but I hope to catch up in the remaining sort of time in my career. Thank you.
My name is Mo Win. I don't know Sanjoy as long as many of you in this room, but the years that I know him, they were the quality years. So, a little bit like his thinking, he pushed us to focus on the quality and not the quantity. So I'm going to try to show you some pictures with less words, just to show you the last several years that we are together. Oh, here, I found. So I call these bonus days. Sanjoy get together with us, with Peter, Karen, and my wife Snow a few times a year. This is probably about 10 years old. And but these are what I call bonus day, always in fashion. A lot of people talk about Sanjoy being so subtle, and he doesn't tell you what you have to go and figure out. I felt a little different because he was pretty direct to me. He says, you need to shop at Better Place. I will tell you. He said, I'll tell you a place in Florence where you can buy a suit. Okay. I said, Professore, you're a professor with deep pockets, and I'm just starting out here. So anyway, so I remember Sanjoy commenting about my suits, and he told me a few places to shop. In fact, this morning I asked my wife, just to think of Sanjoy, I'm going to wear a linen suit today, because this is typically how I see Sanjoy. But, you tell me which color I should pick. And she said, wear this color. And somehow it sort of coordinated with him. It was just by chance. So we had some parties together, too. Sanjoy organized, together with my colleagues, a lot of Italians. Sanjoy knows my colleagues, and he organized a party. And it was an interesting party where you're required not to bring any present. But there's a raffle, and then, you know, everyone who comes to the party have a raffle. So I'll say a few names. So over there, here's Sanjoy. This is Andrea Giorgetti from University of Bologna, Andrea Conti from University of Ferrara, Alberto Rabakin, who is at European Commission now, Greg Mitchell, work in Washington, D.C., George Chrysico is at Qualcomm. So Sanjoy and Greg connected quite well. And it's interesting because, you know, it takes, you go and talk to Sanjoy, everybody mentioned already how you go away with sort of feel like you understand, but you don't understand. But that was, I think, Sanjoy DNA. But Greg was different. He works in Washington, and I think he's trained to tell you a story. At the end of the story, it has zero entropy. But the two of them talk, and you know they can converse. And that was something I remember from that party. And here's a party where Sanjoy is drawing a raffle, and he's supposed to get something. So, you know, everybody everybody pick a ticket, and they find out what's in there. And this is a picture of Wes Harris, Sandra, and this is Marco Chiani, Snow, my wife, Andrea Conti, and this is my sister-in-law at the party. I'll show you a couple more. So that was just, you know, need a little luck and a lot of love, and then, you know, you get the winner. So the party was planned in a way that the winners get little present, and Sanjoy had a tie here, and Wes also have a different color of ties and so on, and that was just a quite memorable time for me. And then finally, I wanted to talk about Sanjoy. He's a center of gravity. He attracted many, many colleagues who became my collaborator. And, you know, he would go on the board and he explained to me. So this is the time where Franz Lawatch from University of Wien, Austria, was visiting, the signal processing person that Sanjoy and he had a talk, and I was there. So I clicked the picture just so that I can remember. So many people that come around me end up close friends with Sanjoy and talk to them, partly because I think Sanjoy is very good at speaking Italian, and my Italian collaborator said he speaks better Italian than us. So this is another bonus day where we had a party for Peter with a lot of family, and you can see everybody. And the center of attention was here, and here's Sanjoy, you know, singing happy birthday for Peter, but I think attention was really there. And so I'm going to move on. So, you know, people talk about Royal East and Mandarin restaurant, but with me was like, some reason it's a legal seafood. We always get upgraded, I think, from, you know, Mandarin to legal seafood. And sometimes we go to happy hour oysters. And I couldn't find the pictures. You know, these days it's very hard to search, so I couldn't find it. I was trying to find Sanjoy with a dozen oysters that Peter would remember. So this is at Legals. Sanjoy, Marco Chiani, Wes Harris, Peter, Falb, Andrea Conti, and myself. This is probably about 7, 8 years old photo. So we have days like that throughout the year. And of course, a lot of technical interaction too, which I'm not going to mention. There was another time that I sort of stepped away. I thought that was an interesting picture, and I wanted to save it. And this was one of the LIDS event. I forgot what event was. And some reason, Peter and Jose kind of get down to business, get a piece of paper, and they're arriving in the middle of the party. Sanjoy said, you know, I want to be a part of it. That was it, and I thought it was just kind of a moment that I want to capture, so I clicked that, and I found this. So now, I want to talk a little bit about Cambridge Tea Party. So we had COVID, and after the COVID, we were all locked down and so on. Everybody's so tired, and then we wanted to be a little rebellious. So, like a Boston Tea Party, there's the Cambridge Tea Party, and the Tea Party at Peter's place, and Sanjoy came, and we were very happy to be out of it. But notice that we were sitting not so close to each other. It's just right after COVID, and I wanted to show you a few pictures of Sanjoy before and after COVID. So this is one night that I remember. I call him Napolitan night because we have someone from Naples. Stefano Morano was visiting me, and Reka was there, and we were having a meal at home. It's I think it was February. It's still cold outside, so we couldn't sit outside. There's this beautiful picture. I thought this was sort of like, in the second half of the dinner. We talk a lot about, southern Italy, mainly Sanjoy and Reckers talking about, they both have been there many, many times. They talk about, you can go to, I think it's a place called Sant'Agata, and you can go to the Ridge, and you can see the two coasts of Salerno and Naples, and, you should really go there, and, you should go find this little village called Narano, and the, pasta there is really nothing like it, that kind of discussion that we have. And then, the night goes on, is not a time yet for the last drop, and not a time yet to move on. So it started to talk about songs, and turned out that Stefano plays a little bit of guitar, and he was trying to teach me. So I wanted to show you a picture. And there's a little video. You can start like 20 seconds or so. Stefano was playing a Napolitan songs, many, but I just only have a clip because I don't want to take the whole afternoon. So I kind of think of it as a Sole Mio night. You'll see Sanjoy and Reka. This is something I think about often. I'm like this. So this is like Peter saying, this is just time to move. And I'll show you a few other summer time. We have a lot of good times outside, mostly around meal and mostly around rich conversation. I'm just not going to spend a lot just clicking through, so give time for Greg to talk. So I want to talk a little bit about this picture. Sanjoy was looking to move. He was dragging his feet. He didn't want to really move away from MIT. I think MIT is so much a part of him, talking to students and so on. And there was two options of where he would stay, and so I said, I'm going to be in London, and I'll go check it out. So we went to Abbey Road. This is where Reka lives, and go check out Sanjoy's place that he was going to go. Anyway, to fast forward, he moved there, but he always said, let's have a Zoom call. Where's your student? Is he making progress? Let's have some Zoom. So we would have several Zoom calls over there, and I asked him, Sanjoy, how's the food? Did you like it? Well, it's adequate. It's adequate. They play piano for me whenever the dinner time, but the food is just adequate. But it's giving me nutrition, so I'm surviving. So I said, okay. So do you like it there? He said, well, I like it there, but they all are old people. I said, okay, let's have a Zoom call. So we have a Zoom call, and you know, we had written a few papers with Sanjoy in his golden years, which basically following, again, the connection between communications control, imperfect feedback, limited capacity, that type of stuff. And this was the last photo that I took with him. And Sanjoy was, again, subtle, but, you know, he sort of somehow gave me a message that he needed some San Pellegrino during COVID. So I usually go to Costco every other month. Whenever they have a sale, I'll get him a box and so on. So this time he came back and his house was empty and he needed some. So I went over there and dropped him a box. And that's a photo. I want to close with this slide. Sanjoy sent me an email some time ago. I have a date here, I didn't remember now, with this line. But he said, you know, you got to be careful reading this. You got to be careful reading this. He said, they forgot to tell you that the following proposition. So I wanted to stop here. Basically, he's saying that, you know, you got to live forward, but you got to look back and make the best out of your past experience. So here it is. And one last thing before I get off the stage is that Sanjoy would ask you questions when you go to his office. And, you know, he expects some answer. And if you don't answer, he don't ask you again. He look at you, but he looked through as if he's looking to the infinity through you, right? And it's very uncomfortable. And so you have to come up with the question very quick. Otherwise, he look at you through you to the infinity. And this is a little bit, remind me a little bit of that looking to the infinity of Sanjoy. So we will miss him.
All right. Hello, everyone. I'm Greg Warnell. Delighted to be here and to help celebrate Sanjoy's life. It was just an hour or so ago that Li Zhong suggested that maybe I can make a few words, so I haven't prepared a lot, but I've just collected a little bit of my thoughts, and I'll try to keep this pretty short. There's a quote attributed to Frank Lloyd Wright when someone observed that he had 5 grand pianos that said, if you take care of the luxuries, the necessities take care of themselves. And I struggled to understand that based on the way I grew up, but in some ways Sanjoy helped me understand that. There's a later quote by Louis Kahn that goes, great art is not the fulfilling of a desire, but the making of a new desire. So the world never needed Beethoven's Fifth Symphony until he created it. Now he couldn't live without it. And I feel like that was the spirit that Sanjoy had in him. He understood the connection between art and science and engineering and about creating something beautiful. You know, he carried that into the way he interacted with people and the research agenda, and the way he ran LIDS. You know, when I arrived in 1985, he was the head of LIDS along with Bob, and they created an extraordinary culture there, as people have commented on. He brought some remarkable funding to campus that it wasn't the size of it that was important, it was the quality of it. It's been unmatched in its quality, and it enabled a whole generation of students to pursue really beautiful basic research, and it created a whole community of colleagues for me at that time that exists to this day, and I'm grateful for that. And like many of you, he made many trips just stopping by the office and asking me the same questions he asked you, and I appreciate that now even more than I did at the time. You know, and he would always kind of make these very insightful comments. You know, he would often talk about computer vision as a field and the way they sort of set up the foundations of the field. You know, that there are these problems, and they had this notion that there are a set of broad problems, not narrow problems, broad problems that the field should solve. And he felt like every community should have this notion of us, these are our problems, you know. And more generally, I'd say what I appreciate about Sanjoy is he had this kind of quiet confidence. I always felt like he had nothing to prove to anybody. He never sought the limelight. He just wanted to build community, and he was an exceptionally kind individual. At the end of the day, I think he understood that research was really about people. And you know, when he passed away, Mitch Strad and Amos Laparoth and I, we were all colleagues at the same, junior colleagues at the same time. We swapped a bunch of email, and what Mitch wrote was, "That's very sad news. Not only did he help me a great deal early in my career, but he was a really, really nice guy." So, in conclusion, I'll always remember Sanjoy as, sure, he was stoic, subtle. I think what it is he never, his highs were never super high and his lows were never super low. He was just, he was a man of subtlety. And what I always think of him as always pointing towards the light and encouraging us to go there. And I hope his spirit continues to guide us. Thank you.
Thank you so much for the beautiful remembrances. We'll start the next session in 4 minutes after a very short break. And in the next session, we'll have Nicola Elia, Jeff Sharma, Leslie, and Vijay Chandru to talk about Sanjoy's influence on them as a mentor. So, and then after that, we'll have a coffee break.
Close down. Good that we checked.
All right, and let me just check the settings, audio settings, just to make sure it should still remain. Okay. Okay, then Michael. Take over. Oh, that's right.
Okay, let's get started.
Okay, welcome back everyone for this final panel of the day. The theme being Sanjoy as a mentor. Jeff Shamma with the University of Illinois at Urbana-Champaign. Today we have, or for this panel, we have Vijay Chandru, Indian Institute of Science, Nicola Elia at the University of Minnesota, and Leichi at Harvard University. And so please, we'll start with Vijay. Thank you. Could you just load up my slides, please? Thank you. So I actually came to MIT in 1977 to be a PhD student at the OR Center. And my first exposure to Sanjoy was actually a bit scary because, we were, I think, 11 PhD students who had come in. And I think we considered Deb Sarkar to be one of the brightest. And Deb had actually gone to see Sanjoy. And, Deb had come from Case Western, so he knew Sanjoy's reputation from there. And he went in to see Sanjoy, and so Sanjoy asked him, probably in Bengali, do you want to work on theory or applications? And Deb said, applications. And he was shown the door, right? So that was my the first exposure. But I was definitely oriented towards combinatorial optimization, so I didn't have to go through that. But I so went on to learn from Tom and who's here, and of course from Sanjoy as well, and Bert Sakers, and there were lots of great. Of course, Jerry Shapiro was my PhD advisor, so lots of people in discrete combinatorial optimization. And then, of course, there was a long break, and I started interacting with Sanjoy more in the 90s, mostly in India. I taught at Purdue for 10 years, from 82 to 92, and then went back and started meeting Sanjoy more when I was in India, and then spent a little time visiting LIDS, from 2003 onwards. But part of what I was working on in the late 80s and then in the 90s was on embedding theorem proving in optimization. And this was a program of research that had been initiated by Bob Jaroslow. And a few of us sort of followed him on that. Unfortunately, Bob passed away very prematurely. And so John Hooker at Carnegie Mellon and I sort of picked up the thread, and we continued the work. And it resulted in a monograph. And right towards the end of that project, which took about 10 years, I was at LIDS with Vivek Purkar, and we were chatting with Sanjoy, and there was a problem that was still remaining, and a chapter of the book that needed to be written, which was could you actually embed first-order logic, full predicate logic, in an optimization problem, and then what would be the insights you could draw from that. And So that led to collaboration and the paper that you see there, which eventually also became a chapter of the book. So that was a very exciting sort of technical collaboration that I had with Sanjoy and Vivek. Soon after that, I think there was a conference in Cochin in India that Sanjoy had come for, and that a bunch of us were also at. I think there was, if I recall, Ravi Mazumdar, I think Balaji Prabhakar, lots of people whom, of course, Sanjoy knew well. And we had a long conversation about biology and whether physics would really solve the problems of biology, or did you really need computer science because of the complexity involved in biological systems. And I think I was convinced that we needed computer science and sort of data science in a strong way, and actually took a pivot in my career, and I just started working on this and eventually built a company which was India's first sort of life science informatics companies. It was called Strand Genomics, and Sanjoy, George, and several other faculty friends actually supported us as we got the company going, and and it's been a phenomenal journey, and I think it's so. For the question to me from Sanjoy was not what's new, but what's new with Strand, right? So I'd keep coming back, and every time the question would be, what's new with Strand? And I think he would be happy to see where the company has gone today. It's a 600 employee company. It's actually India's leading precision medicine company. So just to tell you a little bit about his association with the Indian Institute of Science. He was there almost every year. The month of January, we could expect Sanjoy to come around, and there are a whole bunch of faculty who were associated with the Indian Institute of Science who, in one way or another, worked closely with Sanjoy. And I think, in particular, Professor Narahari, who ran the game theory lab and was a colleague of mine in computer science and automation, actually learned a lot from Sanjoy. And this other aspect of Sanjoy about institution building, leadership, I think Narahari really sort of imbued that and went on to be the dean of EECS at the Indian Institute of Science, and actually did remarkably well. And I think he's really sort of built that into India's leading sort of EECS group. So I have two more slides which are like messages from Narahari and another institution builder called Spenta Vadia, whom Sanjoy worked with. I'll leave it to you on whether those should be played now or later. It's okay. If you don't mind, I'll take a couple of minutes and just play those. This is Narahari, and there you go.
Hello, I am Narahari from the Department of Computer Science and Automation, Indian Institute of Science. Professor Mitter was an unforgettable mentor for me since 1991. In 1991, as a young assistant professor at IISc, I approached him to host me at LIDS MIT for a year as a part of the Indo-US Science and Technology Fellowship. he readily agreed. And in 1992, I spent almost a year at LIDS MIT, and it was such an enriching experience. Among several courses that I was able to do during that stint, there was this visionary course that was offered by Professor Sanjoy Mitter in collaboration with Professor Shankar Shastri. This course was called Intelligent Control, and it opened the doors for so many future research areas. I think ever since 1992, mentor for me, and I have had the pleasure and privilege of hosting him at CSA IISc on the occasion of many multiple visits by him. And during those visits, he also gave lovely talks. I think in his passing, we have really lost a doyen and a legend of systems, signal processing, and control theory. For me personally, I would consider this as a very deep loss, and it is very difficult to forget the kind of mentorship that Professor Sanjoy Mitter has provided to me during the past 3.5 decades.
So those beautiful flame of the forest, flowers and the Indian Institute of Science Tower are sort of iconic. For those of you who haven't visited the campus, please do. It's 400 acres of wooded and wonderful gardens. So now Spenta Vadia is a string theorist, and he was building this brand new institution called the International Center for Theoretical Sciences in Bangalore. And again, I think Sanjoy was an advisor and a mentor, and here's Spenta.
Sanjoy was deeply interested in the development of scientific institutions in India, and he visited the International Center for Theoretical Sciences of TIFR in Bangalore regularly for almost a decade as a faculty associate. During each visit, he would focus on a specific area like neuroscience, nonlinear filtering and data assimilation, network science, etc. I still remember a small conference he had organized in 2012 in which he lectured on John von Neumann's ideas on the architecture of the brain. His vision of the unity of applied mathematics, probability, stochastic analysis, and computer science influenced the areas to grow at ICTS and its initial faculty hiring that included people like Kamita Apte, Vishal Vasan, and Sivaram Ambikasaran. These teams continue to grow strongly at ICTS. Sanjoy was a deep researcher, a gentle and kind individual who contributed greatly to ICTS and its faculty. He will be greatly missed.
Yes, he will be greatly missed. I think he was almost a family member. I think so for both my wife Uma and me, and also our daughter Maya, who was an MIT undergrad, and so he's we will miss him, but I think we'll also have very fond memories of his great contributions. Thank you. Bye.
It's the last session, and a lot of things, good things have been said about Sanjoy. It's difficult not to repeat several of the good adjectives for Sanjoy, but I'll try to put this little talk in a very personal context. Contrary to many of you, which met Sanjoy after being got into graduate school or doing PhD or postdoc and so on, I was an engineer at Fiat in Italy, and I wanted to just take 1 year to learn about control. And I didn't know I was going to meet Sanjoy, or I didn't know anything about him. And, sorry. And so I didn't know who he was. He was such a giant of the field, right? And I was very naive. And this is the story that took me about meeting him the first time. And I apologize for certain parts that could be a little bit naive or politically incorrect at this time. So I needed some money to go at MIT, and I needed a signature from Professor Mitter about a fellowship in Italy. And so I called LIDS, and they say, oh, Professor Mitter is not here, Professor, but I'm calling from Italy. Keep in mind, this is '89. There is no cell phone, there is no credit card, there is no email. And so I said, okay, but you're lucky. I keep calling LIDS, and they say, oh, you're lucky. Professor Mitter is in Italy. I said, oh, I'm Italian, so I'm gonna get him. So give me the phone. So give me Adriana's phone in Florence, personal phone, well, house phone, and so I start calling from every place because the deadline for presenting the fellowship, the form for the fellowship was coming up. And I call Adriana, Adriana never answered. And so I said, oh, what's up? We are in crisis. And so I called the school, the Scuola Normale at Pisa. And they say, well, what about Professor Mitter? He's there. I said, well, he's rarely here. I said, well, so what is it? He's not in the US. He's not in Italy. So I said, but at some point I call. It's the day before the deadline is due. At this point, I cannot send the stuff by mail. There is no FedEx or anything. I have to drop it by hand. And I live in Turin, and I need to go to Rome to give this thing. And so they say, oh, Professor Mitter is coming here for a defense tomorrow at 9. So I take a best friend of mine. We take a car, we leave at 3 in the morning, and travel until 7:30 in the morning, 8 to be early, to Scuola Normale, and sit there on the steps waiting for this Professor Mitter. Who the hell is it? And so around 9 he shows up with a group of students around him, and I have never met him. I never met a person from India anyway. And so he says, so I say, oh, Professor Mitter, a little bit kind of, Italian ways. This discussion is in Italian, but I translated in English. So, Professor Mitter, where have you been? I've been looking for you all over the place. Pause. I was at the beach. Then I didn't know what to say. I felt like this thing came out from out of my mind. And again, I apologize. And I said, oh, that's why you are so tan. Imagine this discussion. So, okay, that's not a very good introduction, of course. But that's not all. I get the signature finally, meet the professor, I get him very, very, very good going. I get the signature, and I leave immediately, almost immediately to Rome, because I need to deliver the form to the Rome University. And so I call my girlfriend, which used to, became my wife, and I say in the booth, phone booth, get the cards and so on. Call her, everything all right, I got the signature, I'm going to Rome, I'll see you soon. After halfway from Pisa to Rome, I find out I don't have my wallet on me. My driver's license with $1,000 worth of money that I took in case of any inconvenience or so. And so I had I say, what is possible? The only possibility is that I left the wallet in the phone booth. And so I had a very big question now. I said, do I continue without driving license and go to Rome, or I go back? I go back. We decided to go back. And then the secretary, the students found this wallet with $1,000 in it at the time, equivalent money. They gave it to the secretary. The secretary gave it to Sanjoy Mitter, said, listen, this guy lost $1,000. And then when I went back, the secretaries were all happy they came back, and Sanjoy Mitter was there. He didn't say anything, but he had this mark on his face, right? And then I learned to recognize in the future, right? And a sparkle in his eyes. And I say, I'm sorry, thank you. I left to go, went to Rome, and gave this thing 10 minutes before the deadline. Yes. No. I didn't get the fellowship, and I thought I destroyed my relationship with this guy. I mean, that's. But in reality, he became my guardian angel from there on. I think he felt this guy needs a lot of serious supervision. And he gave me into the hands when I got to MIT, to the capable hands of Munzer. I was a student eventually, and I became a PhD student, and I graduated. And that's then, officially, Sanjoy was always behind the scene, as everybody has said in this conference. But after my PhD, I started a postdoc, and this time I was postdoc with Sanjoy Mitter. And during the years, staying with the other students, I would experience some of the lectures that Sanjoy Mitter would give on quantum theory, quantum physics, or statistical mechanics. And of course, we were having these lectures in this very small room on Building 35, and of course, everybody was lost. But then there is a question that comes, right? I need to ask a good question. I need to ask a good question. It's kind of sort of panic that you have when you are now in the presence of Sanjoy, right? Whenever he's asking you a question, you have to have a good answer, as somebody was saying before. And so when Ali asked me to say something about influence as a mentor, I said, I need to say something deep for Sanjoy. And then I remember these stories, right? That you have to say something. It felt like you have to impress him. You have to, at least I did, impress him, say something smart, say something good. And to my surprise, when I started working with him, the reaction that I got is that not almost everything I said, our discussion, but he would conclude his story, this meeting, saying, that's interesting, let's talk some more about this. And that gave me a tremendous confidence, because I said, if Sanjoy likes it, I don't care about anything else, I think it's good. And gave me a lot of confidence in trying to think like he does, or little mimicking of what he did, in trying to be more open, more embracing of different way of approaching a problem. And most of it, learn to ask the good questions. And those has driven me for all these years. And of course, Sanjoy has been always part of my life since then. My kids are here because of Sanjoy. And he's been always being in contact and asking how the family and how the theory and what's going on. So I'll thank you, Sanjoy. I don't know if I made a deep point, but the fact that you were encouraging me with this, let's talk more, this is interesting, I find that has been very empowering for me, the fact that you like the stuff I was thinking. And so I conclude here. Thank you.
This feels like a gathering of a very important tribe who all of us are fortunate to call Sanjoy our intellectual and spiritual leader. A lot have been said throughout the day about all facets of Sanjoy being a great scholar, a mentor, a teacher. I could hardly do anything better than that. Perhaps I thought I could just talk a little bit about a particular problem that has been largely inspired by Sanjoy, and perhaps to a small degree contextualize a lot of things that everybody has talked about. So my association with Sanjoy started during his golden years from 2018 onwards, starting out as a LIDS visiting scholar, and later on carried on through many long walks across the Charles River and late night phone calls. And many things that we talked about have already been talked about here. Jose mentioned about his fascination with AI. Maria mentioned about his earlier association with the field of power systems. And almost everybody talked about his deep commitment of abstraction and seeing through the things, the connection between seemingly diverse fields. This is sort of a largely inspired by these qualities that Sanjoy passed on to us. So I'm going to talk about something started out by really, from Rachel's email. So Rachel has been always the reliable messenger. Every time, Sanjoy had something to deliver, he would say, Rachel, send this to and this is one of the lecture notes I got from Rachel. It's about architectural thinking. I think architecture is something Sanjoy is deeply, deeply interested in. And this is his quote: "It's the organization of distributed algorithms in hardware and software for performing complex heterogeneous functions." I think throughout the years has been always been having this deep quest of what is the underlying architecture of complex systems. And architecture is enabling conceptual underpinning of a lot of success on the technological sense, like the success of the internet, or perhaps more recently, the proliferation of decentralized trust and cryptocurrencies, right? We did a little bit of attempt. I was fortunate to be co-authoring a couple papers during those golden years of Sanjoy's times. One of them was sort of attempt to think about what exactly should be the architecture moving forward for the sort of the new energy power systems. I don't declare success, but this is sort of just an attempt. But at the height of it, it's the top layer. The top layer that many of you mentioned about Sanjoy being a humanist. I think the top layer was largely instilled by him, saying that a lot of these complex systems evolves not only on technological reasons, but also on societal choices. We, as humans, we decided to choose to combat the climate change. It was not a technological reason, but it was a societal choice. So how does that affect then the evolution of complex engineering systems? So we kind of wrote a few papers together. In the 2021 time, we were thinking about this whole vehicle being electrified is going to give a lot of trouble to the power grid. Then later on, more recent years, the proliferation of computing and AI and cryptocurrency has added on a lot more energy to the grid, and that becomes even more challenge. So we wrote some articles about why the grid, or perhaps more broadly speaking, why infrastructure matter in this whole climate change discussions. And this is sort of a very new paper about that. And it really was starting from Sanjoy's just keep asking me, what is the architecture of power system? What is the architecture of power systems? And I think this is sort of an area where this particular tribe actually will have a lot to do and a lot to contribute to. I'll just give you one data point. Everybody here knows a lot more electricity will be consumed in the US, in particular in the context of electrifying the cars and trucks and also all the computing demands. But I really took kind of a bit of a surprise to see that if you think about electrifying Americans' cars and trucks, that's a lot of electricity. But there's even more electricity on thinking about the computing energy demand. And it's not even a 1-to-1 ratio, it's more like a 1-to-5 ratio. So being a humanist, being Sanjoy as a humanist, he cares a lot about the human society's biggest challenges. And if you ask around, what are the biggest societal challenges of human society? I think many of you would probably agree with me that two of the biggest societal challenges out there, number one is how do we combat climate change? And number two is how do we harness the potential of AI? Little did I realize, there's a common bottleneck. And that common bottleneck is in the manifestation of the electric grid in the US is just not ready for both. There's a full stack research ahead of us. This tribe can make a lot of impact on this particular full stack research agenda, all the way from new materials to energy efficient computing to networks and power systems to including climate models and optimization. And for the past 15 years, I was living in Texas, and just on my backyard, something was just happening, which was this cryptocurrency mining. So 20% of the worldwide Bitcoin mining was in the state of Texas. So we were sort of a ground zero on seeing some of these challenges. So we saw firsthand about this tremendous amount of electricity consumption happening in the crypto area. And largely, Sanjoy's thinking has inspired us to think about what can we harness this computing demand for the use of grid purposes. And this sort of something we have been doing over the past few years about thinking about what is the role of a university in thinking about these issues of blockchain and computing and the implication on energy and environment. I think there's a huge role for the university in education, research, public perception, and policy making. I'll just show you this, just the scale of the problem a little bit, if the video comes. This is a 700 megawatt Bitcoin mining facility 50 minutes away from where my house was. And it's the world's largest Bitcoin mining facility. And it's consuming as much of electricity in these 7 chambers as the entire city of Cambridge, right? So, this was done just in 18 months. It's just set up during the COVID time. And so I mean, we're talking about big scale changes on the electric grid. Big scale. And we then sort of think about what can they actually do for the grid. And so there is something interesting about you can harness them for flexibility purposes and so on. But the mind-boggling part is that you look at their financial reports, they ended up making more money in the energy market than they make money out of selling the Bitcoins. So again, just mind-boggling. And then on the other hand, there's also a lot of watershed moments for how can we harness the latest and the greatest AI for the energy system in itself. So it's energy for AI, but also AI for energy. And that, again, is largely inspired by Sanjoy's remarks to me about thinking about these architectural issues and trying to figure out the can do and cannot do of the state of the AI for a particular area that dear to my heart. And so I think on both ends, power to AI and AI to power, there's a large role that fundamental deep thinking, architectural thinking is going to make a very important impact. And Sanjoy keeps inspiring us to think about that along those ways and leading that way of transition. Today is also a very special day. Today is the Mid-Autumn Day. So for all the Oriental culture, this is the day where we celebrate a lot. This is the day when the moon is the brightest and the roundest and the biggest. So tonight when we watch the moon, maybe some of you will enjoy some moon cakes. I know that Sanjoy will be looking down to us with a lot of smile and love. Thank you.
So, for some closing thoughts on the panel, this was supposed to be a non-technical symposium, and it largely has been, but there's been an underlying mathematical theme throughout the day, in that we've talked about Sanjoy as the mentor, the advisor, the scholar, the humanist, the specialist in coding, controls, biology, computation. And everyone in the room, and in particular the panelists, have been talking about
how these attributes were projected onto their own experiences. And so Sanjoy has us doing projection theorem for the whole symposium. I have two projections to my own experiences with Sanjoy that are more so Sanjoy as a role model than mentor. The first was when I was a PhD student at LIDS. I was here in the 80s, and I was working with Mike Athens. And Sanjoy, he was on my committee. This is unrelated to his being on my committee. He was very proud of LIDS as a leader and as a leading lab, and always felt that LIDS students, if there's an interesting emerging direction, should be on top of that, at least be aware of what's happening. And on a couple of occasions, he organized a reading group, to get us up to speed on this area, whether or not it was related to or could be of use for our dissertation, just for the sake of being on top of the field. And for these reading groups, rather than just assign papers to students and have them present it, he would also take the time to prepare lectures himself. And I use the term prepare with some reservation, but he would do that. And one of these topics was, for example, algebraic methods in controller factorization and parameterization and the like. And in one lecture, he wanted to illustrate just how this perspective could simplify a lot of and also give new insights and simplify various types of calculations and manipulations in control systems. And so the point was that it was just simple algebraic manipulation. So he's giving the lecture, and he got tripped up in some of the manipulations on the board. And he said, I seem to have made an algebraic error, but the point is it's just algebra. Okay, and then that was the end. The second experience I had when I was now a new graduate and postdoc, and I happened to be invited to give a talk at ETH, and he happened to be, I now understand that wasn't really a coincidence. He happened to be in Italy, but then he invited me, to swing by, and he was very welcoming, and still I was feeling somewhat uncomfortable, just from the perspective that such a prominent individual would be spent such hours with me as a gracious host and having extensive conversations and treating me to these lunches and dinner at the time, and how he would, someone who's not my PhD advisor and someone with whom I've never written a paper, would kind of just spend this time and give that time to me as a new PhD graduate from LIDS. And it was only later in my career that I came to really appreciate those two experiences of the time that he spent with us as leading the reading group, or the time he spent with me as the host and giving me that gracious invitation. And especially now that I, and probably everyone in this room, kind of just feels perpetually busy. We're just busy all the time. And at that time, in my innocence, I had no idea of just how much demands there must have been on Sanjoy's time, and just it was invisible to me the way he was interacting with us and hosting us and hosting me. And so Sanjoy, as his generosity, especially for students, especially for junior people, set a very high standard. And even to use the expression finding time for us is wrong. It's just he made time for us to make sure that we had those interactions with him. Just for what? For the sake of intellectual curiosity and for the sake of a scholarly environment and culture. And for this, I'll always be grateful. So thank you all for this day. I think there's still some things coming in the next session, but thank you all for today.
A coffee break, and we're going to resume at 4 p.m. everybody going to go, ah. It's the placebo there. So thank you.
Yes. Yeah, and then I'll be back.
Okay.
Hi, Larry. You're on mute.
Okay. You hear me now? Ramon, do you hear me now? I guess I'm still muted. Hello? I'm still muted. I guess I don't know how.
Hi, Professor Ho.
Yes?
We will have you zoom in, speak in a little bit.
How about this? Can you hear me?
We can hear you. We can
You
hear
can
you.
hear me. Okay, fine. I was just talking to Dr. Rahman.
Hi, Larry.
Okay, now we hear each other fine.
Yeah, we can now hear each other. My volume was down. So this is the segment where.
Okay, we're almost ready to start. If there's anybody in the other room, if we can have them come in. Is everybody in? Okay, so this is the last session of the day. We're going to have some tribute videos from Sanjoy's admirers, colleagues, and friends, and then some written tributes that some of us from the organizing committee will read out loud. After that, we will have a reception at 5 p.m. So without further ado, I'd like to welcome Professor Larry Ho, who should be on Zoom, before we share some of the video tributes. Larry, are you there?
Yes, I'm here. Can you
Okay,
hear me?
great. Thank you so much. We can see you.
Well, I'm in this celebrated event to remember the life of Sanjoy Mitter. I'd like to add a little tidbit to the history of control science and engineering, in which Sanjoy and I participated. And some of you may know this, some of you probably don't know, but may have heard about it. Everything started in 1984 on a beach in Yugoslavia. And I was attending a conference, another name, Activists in Control. Some of you may have met or at least know about Peter Koktovich, which is his home country. So after the conference, he invited me to enjoy the beach in Dubrovnik, and we're sitting on the beach chatting. And we found out we were both born in the year 1934. A little bit further exploring, we found another good friend, Carl Ostrom, and also Sanjoy Mitter. Well, technically, Mitter was born in the end of 1933, but we're not going to be bothered about a few days difference. Anyway, we were all born in the 12-month period, mostly in 1934. So we decided to form a club, Club 34. We should try to meet again in 1994, when we were all 70 years old. And here's a picture. Oh, well, actually, I didn't want to show this. I want to show the other picture I have uploaded too. Yeah, here. So we met in 1994 at some conference that I don't remember about now. But in 2004, the 20th anniversary, it was an all-China affair. There was a meeting in Shanghai, Beijing, and in the ancient capital of Xi'an. All four of them were there. I think it was the Robotic Automation Society's annual conference. So we took a joint picture next to the statue of scholar Confucius. So that was 2004. But then at that time, we were all 70 years old, and we don't know how long we could go out. And I forgot who suggested that we were maybe too optimistic to look forward to 2014. We'll all be 80 years old, beyond the life expectancy of us. So we better switch to a 5-year cycle to have a reunion. So after 2004, in 2009, at the retirement party of Peter Koktovich, and I think as well as Sanjoy, retiring from his LIDS job, we met, and the next photo you see with all four of us, yes, right here. I think it's at the retirement party of Peter Koktovich, but Sanjoy also was retired that year, so we all met there together. And then, as we suggested, we're going to meet on 5-year cycle. So after 2009, which was the 25th anniversary of the Club 34, we met in 2014. I think it's the IFAC conference in Zurich on the border of Switzerland and Italy. We had a good time. Then, in 5-year cycle, we said next one was 2019, and we hope everyone will still be around. It turns out we were all still alive, beyond our life expectancy, and we had a private affair, didn't attend a conference. So just 4 families, wives together in Italy. Very beautiful region in the Tuscan area. We had 3 days staying at a beautiful inn and lots of good time. Which finally, that was a private affair in 2019. And Sanjoy being the oldest member of Club 34, he was born in the end of 33. So naturally considered as the leader of Club 34. I usually say this, the name Club 33 has already been taken, so we never call it Club 33, 34. It was belonged to some nightclub in New York City. Anyway, Sanjoy and I being both living in Greater Boston area, we had more than two of us. We have a joint lunch every couple of months together, reminiscing about old times. Really have a good time. And so, at the risk of being self-promotion, if you're wine drinkers, I would say 1934 was a great year. It was an amazing year. We had four of us both started, come of age in 1961, and but stayed active for all these years. I also should mention that a couple of honorary members of Club 34, George James and Eugene Wong and Mary Warnham, who occasionally joined us. So I have actually more written information on these events I'm talking about, but you can write to me if you want to know more. So thank you very much for this occasion. Bye-bye. Oh, I'm done.
Okay, thank you so much. Next, we have Siddhartha Mitter, who is going to say a few words, I believe, on behalf of the family. Siddhartha, please go ahead. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Can you hear me? Yes. Okay, wonderful. I send you greetings from the family. You heard from my father, Pranam Mitter, earlier this morning. I also want to give you greetings on my behalf and on that of my sister, Anjali Mitter Duva, who lives in the Boston area but wasn't able to be there this afternoon. I am in New York City, and I apologize for being a few minutes late. I am on deadline. I'm a journalist working in the arts. A mid-career shift that I made 10 or 15 years ago, and in which my uncle, Sanjoy, was extremely supportive, bearing witness to the way that my intellectual curiosity evolved away from an early direction in the social sciences and into something that could have seemed entirely new. He was adept at observing and understanding, making the connections and seeing how all these things work together and how you can think about society, economy, civic practice, civic possibility, imagination, life of the mind, through politics and economics, through science and philosophy, and indeed through the arts. In the end of the day, this pursuit of knowledge and insight and collective possibility is like a kind of an agora, right? A public square into which we have all these different routes to arrive. And I think that I heard some of the early part of the conference this morning, and I can imagine the tonality of the rest of it. I think that you all know and have heard from different perspectives how his mind welcomed and thrived on thinking intellectually through all of these directions and not in one narrow field. So he was very supportive in this regard. His life at MIT and scientific life, I have to say, was a little bit of a black box for some of us in the family. He kept it. He kept his compartments. He kept his separations. But over the years, we became closer and closer, and his loyalty and support and true intellectual curiosity were absolutely never in question. I think that I think somebody maybe earlier this morning said something about a Renaissance prince or a Renaissance court. He definitely was that. It comes from Calcutta. It comes from a lot of deep roots that maybe have been evoked today, or that maybe some of you will recognize in people in your families and backgrounds of that generation. I hope that we can renew that impulse and continue to seed it in younger generations now, especially given the polarization and the fractalization of discourse right now, and what is happening administratively and in the conditions of fields and universities. I can tell you with absolute certainty that he would have been aghast at what's happening in universities in America in general right now. His politics were very clear. He paid very close attention. He was absolutely an anti-racist, an anti-fascist, and an internationalist. And I think that we should bear that in mind as well, and take encouragement and fortitude from that as we continue to fight these fights forward in all of our respective spheres. So I'll leave you at that, and I want to thank you again for this very generous occasion and for celebrating his life in this manner.
Thank you so much. We have Dr. Raman Mehra on Zoom from Scientific Systems. Raman, if you're there.
Yes, I'm here.
Okay. Thank you. Please go ahead.
Hello, my name is Raman Mehra. I'm the founder and CEO of Scientific Systems, and Sanjoy Mitter played a very important role in our company. Actually, I met Sanjoy in 1969 at one of the conferences, the Joint Automatic Control Conference, and became familiar with his work on the conjugate gradient method with Lasden and Warren, and that inspired me for part of my PhD thesis. So in fact, I ended up taking the work and using it and extending it for part of my PhD thesis. And then when I joined Harvard in 1972, I interacted with Sanjoy quite often. And in 76, I started Scientific Systems, and Sanjoy was a consultant to us as well as an investor in our company. And with Sanjoy's help, we did a lot of work in what is now what at that time was called the automated analysis of electrocardiograms. And Sanjoy and his student, Adnan Akant, and Don Gustafson were doing that work, very pioneering work. Now, of course, it's EEGs are well automated, but that was a pioneering work which we did in Scientific Systems at that time with Don Gustafson and Adnan Akant. And then also we heard earlier about Tom Diliaco, who was a student of Sanjoy at Case and worked in the electric power area. So Sanjoy introduced me to him also, and in the 80s, we did a lot of projects together with the Electric Power Research Institute. And Tom was definitely a great person, and Sanjoy kept introducing me to really great people throughout our interaction, and which lasted, I would say, till COVID times. My last interaction was with Alan Tenenbaum, who was introduced to me by Sanjoy, I think about 10 years ago. And Sanjoy told me that Alan's work on this new area of optimal mass transport was going to be real revolutionary, and he was absolutely right. So we all sort of collaborated on some work, wrote some proposals on it, and we continued working with Alan Tenenbaum, who unfortunately also died last year. So I have wonderful memories of Sanjoy and Adriana. We used to get together for dinners at their house, at their apartment, and they came to our house in Lexington. He was a real intellectual, real warm person. We really miss him very badly. Thanks.
Thank you so much. Now we're going to go to video tributes, starting from the video from Rekha, Sanjoy's wife, who is in London. She sent a video, and then there are a few other videos after that. Then we're going to read some of the written tributes before concluding. So.
I thank MIT for asking me to say a few words to this gathering in honor of my late husband, Sanjoy. Sanjoy and I remained friends since our first meeting on the shores of the Indian Ocean on August 6, 1945, a date that many will remember as it was the day the atom bomb hit Hiroshima. 12 years ago, we took our marriage vows and continued our strong friendship. Sanjoy was a person of utmost integrity and above all caring for his students worldwide. Wherever he is, I hope that he has found students to teach. On behalf of all his family in London, I wish him peace. Om Shanti, Shanti, Shanti.
Sanjoy Mitter. He was a true Renaissance person. He started in the control field, but he had much, much broader interests. He was knowledgeable and understanding, and it stretched through mathematics, science, and technology. He had the rare talent of seeing the broad picture, and he had great generality in seeing the picture and great focus. He could switch from abstraction to broad connections, a detailed understanding with ease. It was always a pleasure to talk to Sanjoy about research, education, and almost everything. He usually had very interesting and different viewpoints from most other people. He had many friends and admirers at MIT. He had friends and admirers nationally and internationally. He had a distinguished research career, but I'm not going to talk about that here. Other people can talk about it. I will talk about his long-term leadership at LIDS, which I think is what I know the most about. He joined the MIT faculty, and he joined the control lab, which was then called the Electronic Systems Lab, ESL, as an associate professor in 1970. He worked at Brown Boveri, Switzerland, and then Case Western before coming to MIT, so he was already recognized as a comer in the field. It was ESL in that period was getting much more conceptual and math-oriented, much less application-oriented. This was necessary because of both the complexity of implementations and the implementation of the technology that was used for the implementations. That was spoken like a true theoretician. Superb theory people, Brockett, Jan Willems, George Zames, along with Sanjoy Mitter, they were added to the ESL faculty at that time. This was called the golden era of control, and MIT was certainly a leader at that time. The connection of control and communication was clear by 1970, especially to Sanjoy. There was a dependence on information also at that time. The communication era area at MIT was broadening at that time. There was less emphasis on point-to-point communication, more on networks, and more on congestion system issues. The communication area combined with Electronic Systems Lab to form LIDS in 1978. This was far more than just a new administrative unit. All of us, the faculty and the grad students at LIDS, recognized the commonalities in our work. This was primarily a payoff for Sanjoy's missionary work for many years before 1978, when the merger occurred. Sanjoy was not appointed director of the lab until 1981, but he'd been the intellectual leader of the combined effort in communication and control for years before 1978. Working in LIDS under Sanjoy's directorship was a memorable and wonderful experience for most faculty and students. The new faculty coming in at that point, especially Dmitry Bertsekis and John Tsitsiklis, took to the combined orientation naturally. From Sanjoy's leadership, everyone understood how much they could gain by working together. They could work together both from similar areas and from very different backgrounds. It was easier to write a paper on old stuff at that time than to really get interested in a totally new area. So it was much harder for people to start working together than one might think at first. There was a sense of competition also between different people at the lab. But for the most part, there was a real sense that everybody wanted to help each other and that they wanted to be helped by others. They would listen, which is sometimes difficult today. My sense is that Sanjoy was primarily responsible for this cooperative effort the whole time that he was director, from 1981 to 1999. I was the co-director from 86 to 99, but Sanjoy was the intellectual leader. He was the master of working together. I just tried to help in small ways. I wish I could tell you the secret of how to keep a lab of faculty and students working together and helping each other. My only clue is that in the long run, helping is more satisfying than competing. A good set of collaborators, especially having a director as a collaborator, is truly important. Thank you, Sanjoy, for making all of this happen.
To my friend Sanjoy. I have known Sanjoy since 1969, just after my PhD. It was before he joined MIT. He was still at Cleveland, Case Western Reserve University. He was instrumental at the origin of a cooperation between INRIA and his research center in the US. The scientific fit was immediate, and the friendship followed. He invited me several times to MIT in the early 70s, and he was a regular visitor of INRIA. His wife, Adriana, was Italian, and the friendship extended to the family. One of his main students at the time was Michel Delfour, a French scholar settled in Montreal. All of us became extremely close. The research of Sanjoy and Michael in those days was devoted mainly to the control of dynamic systems with delays. With Jacques-Louis Lyons, my supervisor, we were working on the control of distributed parameter dynamic systems. Our techniques were very close, since they both represent cases of infinite-dimensional dynamic system. I have always been very impressed by Sanjoy, not just because of his competence in control theory, but also because of his culture. He could speak many languages, including French. He even learned Sanskrit in India. For me, he looked like a gentleman, with all the tradition related to this word in Great Britain. He was educated in Great Britain and worked in Geneva, where he learned French. He got a position at the School Normale in Pisa, Italy, and became very related to the famous mathematician Giuseppe da Prato. I've been very impressed by this connection since, after all, he was supposed to do research in engineering. Clearly, it was a sign of his ability to work in various domains and be respected by all the experts in all of them. In my opinion, it also reflects his vision that mathematics was essential in control of dynamic systems as well as for information systems. This was very clear from the very beginning in 1969 when the cooperation with Jacques Williams and I was initiated. I've been very fortunate to be involved in the initiative to write a book in 2 volumes with Giuseppe da Prato, Michel Delfour, and Sanjoy Mitter. This book is Representation of Control of Infinite Dimensional System, which was published in 1992 and 1993 by Birkhauser, with a second edition in 2006. Both Sanjoy and Giuseppe passed away in 2023, in June and October. I want to thank both so much for this fantastic common work, which represents a lot for me. Sanjoy will remain unique by many standards. A great scientist, a gentleman, a wonderful friend. As an example and a reference, unforgettable forever.
I just want to take this opportunity to highlight Professor Mitter's one trait, which was his awareness of research results from across disciplines. I remember a meeting with Professor Shapiro and Professor Mitter, where Professor Mitter had accompanied me to Professor Shapiro's office. And during a discussion with Professor Shapiro, very nonchalantly, Professor Mitter says, and you know, there's a theorem by Kantorovich which does so and so. And so I was just flabbergasted, like, how could he even know that result? I mean, of course, he works in optimal transport and so on, but his rapport with the results and research across the board was quite amazing. Thank you.
I met Sanjoy at Case Western University in Cleveland almost 60 years ago. And in our frequent contacts and then joint travel, I have always been impressed by Sanjoy's vast knowledge, truly vast knowledge, not just technical, but also in very broad areas of history, literature, culture, humanities, just broad humanities. I will talk just about Sanjoy, the humanist. I assume other colleagues will discuss his scientific and technical contributions, which are very significant. Yeah, it is natural that Sanjoy, who might consider the Renaissance man, be married to Adriana from Florence. Florence is the center of Renaissance. And they spent a lot of their vacations in beautiful Florence, and my wife and I were lucky to visit them a couple of times. We, Sanjoy and the group of us, we had many joint travels, and listening to Sanjoy during our travels was really an enjoyable learning experience. Perhaps the most significant travel we had was when a group of us Sanjoy included with us all of the age of 60. When we were taken to a long tour of China organized by our generous Chinese colleagues, I was amazed that Sanjoy seemed to know more about cultural and historical monuments than our excellent professional guide. At one point, Sanjoy asked that we be taken to an ancient pagoda, and he explained to the guide how to get to it. In the pagoda, Sanjoy spent time browsing through ancient manuscripts and explaining to us their significance. Now imagine, in a Chinese pagoda, he is there and knows something about these ancient manuscripts. Well, I would ask him sometimes to talk about ancient philosophers, and he did it brilliantly. With equal zest, I would say he would express criticism about some contemporary philosophical trends. His interest was in classics. Contemporary philosophy was a bit of a less interest for him. But he was he had a broad knowledge. He was a Renaissance man and also a humanist of our time. He truly lived a full life, intellectual, scientific, full life.
Okay, we thank the individuals who sent us the videos. We saw videos of Dr. Alan Ben-Susan, Aman Chawla, and of course the voice of Professor Peter Kokorovich. Now we have a few written tributes that some of us will go through and read in order. So I'm going to start. The first one is by our friend and colleague Henrik Sandberg, who's a professor at KTH in Sweden. Henrik would have liked to be here, but he had some professional obligations, so he couldn't make it. He sent us a paragraph to read. He writes, as a postdoc at Caltech in 2006, I encountered the article Information and Entropy Flow in the Kalman-Bucy Filter by Sanjoy Mitter and Nigel Newton. Few papers have I read so many times, few papers have puzzled me so deeply, and few papers have fascinated me as much as this one. Beyond the Kalman-Bucy filter, it delves into the second law of thermodynamics, heat pumps, information supply and dissipation, Hamiltonians, and Maxwell's demon. The breadth of Sanjoy's interest and insight is vividly illustrated in this work. Who else in our field could write a paper with such an extensive scope? This paper is a goldmine that kept me engaged for a long time and profoundly inspired our research on measurement back action. Many years later, during my sabbatical at LIDS, my office was fortuitously located next to Sanjoy's. To my great joy, he was in his office almost daily and always took the time to meet with me to discuss the intricate relationship between statistical physics and control theory. Initially, my goal was to create simple physical models to illustrate the results of Sanjoy and Nigel's work. However, our discussions quickly evolved, leading to the development of new performance bounds for linear quadratic control, which even caught the interest of physicists. In my conversations with Sanjoy, I often felt like a humble engineer in the presence of a great, wise scholar, always ready to reveal new connections and relationships to older work. His knowledge of control and information theory was nothing short of encyclopedic.
So the next one is by Sanjoy's colleague Richard Winter. Sanjoy stood out for his grand vision of control theory and his insight into its link with other fields. His extensive contacts and wide reading mean that he was exceptionally well informed about important research issues of the day and ideas in circulation, including those not generally known. He had a reputation in consequence of being the go-to person to ask what research has been done in this field. Regarding supervision and collaboration, he was at his best with bright, independent-minded students and doctoral fellows. He would steer towards serious topical research areas, then allow them the freedom to develop their own ideas, and in many cases, advance them towards flourishing academic careers. To say he was cultured would be an understatement. Multicultural would be a more appropriate description of someone at home in many languages and so immersed in the cultural world of India, European countries, and United States. Sanjoy was a truly exceptional person, and he will be greatly missed.
So the next one is from Nigel Newton. I first met Sanjoy when I spent a semester on study leave at LIDS in the fall of 1999. I remember his infectious enthusiasm for interdisciplinary scientific research and for getting to grips with the fundamentals of a problem. This was at the time when there was an increasing pressure to follow topical, discipline-specific trends in research. Over the years, Sanjoy encouraged me to cross disciplinary boundaries and pursue lines of research that I would not otherwise consider. I am most grateful for the moral and practical support he provided during this period. Along with his first wife, Adriana, who passed away in 2008, Sanjoy was always a gracious host. He was very much a citizen of the world. My thoughts are with his widow, Rekha.
This is from Antonio Vecino. I'm very sad for not being able to attend this important event in honor of Sanjoy. I had several occasions to meet Sanjoy. He spent several weeks in Siena. He gave several seminars and taught graduate courses in my university. His lectures were always illuminating and intriguing. I remember neatly one Sunday of 20 years ago when I met him by chance in a restaurant in the Chianti area. He was having lunch with his wife, Adriana, and I was with my wife and son. We spent some time together at my place, and after that occasion, we met several other times. I believe the systems and control researchers are lucky to be able to consider such a polyhedral researcher as a member of their community.
This one is from Sanjoy's student colleague, Peter Dorshuk. It's a short one. Professor Mitter and I first met in the mid-1970s. He has had a great influence on my activities ever since, especially the range of applications that interested him and the diversity of disciplines from which he drew ideas. He was a wonderful person and an inspiration to me for half a century.
Okay. The next comment is by Dr. Jinan Abunadi, Director of the Sandbox Innovation Fund and a former student at LIDS and EECS. She writes, Sanjoy was the director of LIDS when I was a student, and he served on my thesis committee. I remember him fondly as a mentor and dedicated faculty. He was kind and thoughtful. I'm honored to have known him and to have benefited from his guidance. And last on my end, Ms. Bernice Broyd, who's a friend and colleague. She was here earlier today, writes, I've known Sanjoy since 1974 when my late husband, Jeremy Shapiro, Sloan Professor of Operations Research, and our children traveled with Sanjoy and Adriana to Venice. So with that, I'm going to leave it to colleagues.
So this is a message from Rachel Cohen. She is, or was, I guess, Sanjoy's longtime admin and friend. Professor Mitter hired me part-time in 2001. My major qualification was typing in LaTeX. He was a true gentleman and a joy to work with and for. In our more than 20 years together, encompassing birth, deaths, marriages, and aging, we maintained a respect and caring that crossed the border of work and life, but never that of too much. He was such an easy person to want to help, but there was also there in my times of need too, supportive, flexible, and in my corner. I miss him every day.
And this is from Atar Gatami, who is one of Sanjoy's postdocs. Professor Sanjoy Mitter was a great mentor and friend. His kindness and support was beyond what I can express with words. He treated his students and colleagues as family. During my time at MIT as Professor Mitter's postdoc, it became clear to me that he was widely liked and respected, with connections from all different fields. This reflected his great interest and intellect, and interest in continuously learning new things. There's one conversation with him that got printed in my brain, and I will never forget. I remember we discussed how to choose a path of research, how to pick a problem. I said that taste is very important. He replied, "Taste is everything." These 3 words I will never forget. Professor Mitter had great taste in everything, not only research. He was a true identifier of quality, and you can see his spirit still alive at LIDS, where he was director for 18 years. He will be missed dearly.
This is a message from Tom Kailath. I first met Sanjoy at Imperial College in the summer of 1972, and we were both spending a few weeks there. I was immediately impressed by his poise and his diction. He never seemed to be in a hurry about anything, and this remained true all the years that I knew him. Sanjoy had a wide range of professional and social interests, so our conversations were quite wide-ranging, from control theory to quantum physics and statistical mechanics. I profited from his eagerness to expound on these topics. Our main technical discussion in the late 70s was on something I had introduced called the white noise innovations process associated with a given stochastic process. Without going into details, there was a technical issue associated with what is called the innovations conjecture, on the resolution of which several papers have been written by mathematicians, mostly in Japan and the former Soviet Union. To my mind, the most progress on this issue was made in a paper by Sanjoy and his MIT collaborator, Deborah Allinger, the mathematics of which was beyond me. I find myself in that position with several of his papers, including a recent one written with the distinguished Princeton mathematician Charles Pfefferman. I would be remiss not to mention my warm interactions with Sanjoy's late wife, Adriana, at their homes in Cambridge and in Florence, and later with his wife, Rekha, in Cambridge and in London. My son-in-law, George, I suppose he's referring to me, but has been diligent in keeping me posted on the ups and downs of Sanjoy's health in recent months, and of Sanjoy's typical optimism that he would return to his office at MIT. It is a thought that may temper our grief that we shall not be seeing our dear friend again. In the words of the ancient Hebrew saying, may his memory be a blessing.
This concludes our remembrances. Before we go to the reception, I just wanted to thank everyone who made this event possible. My co-organizers, Pablo, Lijong, Anant, and Munzer. LIDS and EECS staff, especially Shaila, who did a lot of the work. Jane, Bill, Amanda, and other staff volunteers. I would like to especially thank Sanjoy's family, his brother, Dr. Pranab Mitter, for helping to bring Sanjoy's character to the event, and thank you to all of Sanjoy's friends, colleagues, mentees. And I'd also like to thank LIDS Director Sartaj, who's here, EECS Department Head Asu Ozdaklar, and the generous support of LIDS and EECS for making this event possible. With that, I'd like to invite you to join us for a reception next door. Thank you.